Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This house is officially called to order. Welcome to the grand finals of the 2025 Public Sector Debate Competition. I'm Kamisha Swaby, your Master of Ceremonies, and like you, I am thrilled to be here to witness the exciting matches that will unfold today. The energy in the room is buzzing, and so I have a feeling we're in for an exciting day. But before we dive into the proceedings, may I invite you to stand for the national anthem. Please be seated. In April this year, 26 hopeful teams set out on a journey to prove their prowess in wit and wisdom at the launch of the Public Sector Debate Competition 2025. Over the past 3 months, it has been an exhilarating spectacle to behold, and today we're down to the top 4 teams that are ready to face off in the third place playoff and the final match. Let's give a big round of applause for the final 4 and all the other teams that entered the competition this year. Fantastic. Now, I'm sure that, like me, you have been following the competition via the TIU's social media page, and that this staging of the competition was something else. It was a little bit more elevated in 2025. It was going beyond. It was thriving in 2025. It was something to behold, so you all should be very, very proud of yourselves. It has been a simply amazing competition year. The teams approached each thought-provoking and at times controversial moot with unwavering confidence and enthusiasm. They tackled the subjects with eagerness, and the level of energy was truly inspiring. In an era where critical thinking is increasingly supported by artificial intelligence, the teams demonstrated not only sharp intellect, but rigorous research skills and exceptional presentation abilities. They served as a powerful reminder that employees within the government of Jamaica continue to offer meaningful insights and are capable of crafting compelling arguments that can inform and shape national policies and legislation. While the competition undoubtedly benefited from the tremendous effort and talent of the participants, it is equally clear that they gained valuable knowledge and perspective from engaging with the wide array of challenging topics presented to them. Because I do know that, yes, some of these moods were quite challenging, and I often found myself wishing that I could be a part of the competition that time. At this time, I'd like to recognize Executive Director of the Transformation Implementation Unit, Ms. Maria Thompson-Walters. We also want to recognize founder and executive director of the Jamaica Association for Debating and Empowerment, Mr. Jermaine Barrett. Let me also specially recognize the senior executives of the participating entities who are here to support their teams. And as I mentioned earlier, they're oftentimes the loudest supporters. Give them a rousing welcome as well. That may have been some of the senior executives. Now, it is not my duty to do the official welcome. The person doing just that is Ms. Maria Thompson-Walters, Executive Director of the TIU, and they are the host of this competition. So please help me make her welcome.
Thank you, Kamisha. Good morning, everybody. It's a good morning, isn't it? Members of the Transformation Implementation Unit, members of JADE, importantly, members of the debating teams, members of the press, our audience online, executives from the ministries that are here, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to welcome you all to the grand finals of the fourth staging of the public sector debates competition. A special welcome to those joining us virtually. We are really glad to have you with us. The words that we write or speak to others can leave a huge impact and create a lasting memory or influence real change. Words are important. This year's competition, like the ones before it, has been nothing short of electrifying. We have witnessed passionate face-offs on issues both timely and timeless, from the housing crisis and retirement age to deeper reflections on reparations for slavery. And I know coming out of some of these debates are what I call interesting, and people who know me best know when I say interesting, it means, that's something for us to look into. Some interesting proposals came out of the debates. The one that is most top of my mind, and I would encourage us to go and look at that particular debate, is the one on the retirement age. I do believe it will stir continuous conversation in the public sector. The teams tackled controversial moots such as sex offenders registry and the accountability of parents for crimes committed by their children. Each match was dynamic, thoroughly researched, and engaging. I encourage everyone to take a look at all the matches, and I am sure you will agree with me that there are conversations that have only just begun in the public sector, not conversations that have ended. You know, this year, for me, for this competition, when I looked at the teams that entered and the array of talent, I have to confess something. So, confession time. When we started this debate in 2019, I was a little apprehensive because I wasn't sure that a debate competition would resonate in the public sector. With all the things that are happening in the public sector, there was, we were just coming out of this whole IMF arrangement. We were negotiating for salaries. Public sector workers had all sorts of issues going on. There was so much change happening in the public sector. I was like, boy, you know, but let's step out. The enthusiasm when we reached out to Jade was infectious. And I am overwhelmed this morning to say that in 2025, we are here. We're not just here, we are bigger and better. And ladies and gentlemen, it is rewarding to see persons who have been in previous competitions coming back. It's even more rewarding to see new faces joining us in this competition. Today's finals feature 3 first-time competitors. Come on. Because this tells me that persons are not just vested in competing, but they are vested in showing off their talents. Everybody comes to this competition, not just, I'm going to learn to debate, but I'm going to sharpen my skills. I'm going to show off what I have, my organization, my team. This is what we get from the competition, and this warms certainly my heart. And I must admit, we've been working through the transformation of the public sector for 6 years now. And the enthusiasm, the growing enthusiasm coming from this debate does strengthen our resolve that we are indeed pulling the public sector closer together and that we're all vested in seeing better for our public sector. Debaters throughout the competition, it has been a joy to watch your development of your arguments, your confidence getting stronger with each debate that you participated in, your teamwork becoming seamless. You have balanced the rigors of the competition with your daily professional responsibilities, and that is no small feat, because I know the demands of the desk of a public officer are huge. A sincere thank you to our longstanding partners, the Jamaica Association for Debating and Empowerment. Since 2019, you have served as the lifeblood of this competition through training, judging with passion, fairness, and professionalism. Judges, we wish you the strength for the task before you, because I know it is not going to be easy. Hear, hear. We need it. Ladies and gentlemen, this year we took bold steps to make the competition more rewarding and inclusive. Based on team feedback over the years, we have expanded the format of the competition to have more rounds and matches, allowing teams to debate at least twice before facing elimination, enhanced question and answer segments, giving teams more time to dissect and challenge their opposition. These moments were often witty, sharp, and let's admit it, sometimes very entertaining, especially a particular young man that I will not speak about yet. Greater prizes and prize money, making this year's staging the largest and most exciting to date. We have now arrived at this moment in the competition when the final dedication. I know it may sound a little cliche, but you are all winners. Believe you me when I say that. You have got to this point in the competition. That is an achievement. And no, it is not a participation trophy. It's an achievement. With 3 brand new teams taking the stage today and a returning contender, we will be crowning a brand new champion today. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Settle in, be inspired. You are in for a treat. Enjoy the debates. And again, thank you for being part of this absolutely fantastic event.
Thank you, Maria. Now, I do agree that the debaters throughout the season, we've seen your development as your arguments got sharper, and we could see your confidence getting even stronger, some debaters getting even more animated, leading to those nail-biting matchups, right? Quite exciting. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are mere moments away from our first matchup today. Which team will take the 3rd place spot? That was a response moment. Let me try it again. Which team will take the 3rd place spot? Will it be the National Irrigation Commission? Or will it be the judiciary of Jamaica? Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our first of 2 matches for the day. The 3rd place playoff between the National Irrigation Commission and the judiciary of Jamaica. You are certainly ready for the match. But here's what they will be debating. The moot is, be it resolved that Jamaica has a moral duty to do more than its treaty obligations in addressing the Haitian migrant crisis. Let's hear it for the teams as they make their way to the platform, please. Come on up, teams, come on up. You can't fizzle out the applause, you know, they're still coming. Keep it going, keep it going. Have a seat, yes, yes, yes. Yes. First we go. Our teams have made it to the big stage. All right, welcome to our teams. Okay, I did not spot any nerves as they were coming up. And I think they look very smart and wise and all that. So, all right, let's get to meet the debaters. I'll first invite Team Proposition to introduce themselves.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Jamaica. I am Kamoy Kerr from the National Irrigation Commission, and I am your first speaker for the Team Proposition today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shania Gotcha James, and I am the second speaker for the proposition.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stacey Ann Gray. I'm the third speaker who will be closing it for the proposition.
All right. Thank you very much to the proposition, and I will now invite the opposition to introduce themselves.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nicholas Ranger. I'll be the first speaker for Team Opposition this morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jaya Bakanon Kamozi, and I'll be the second speaker for the opposition.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sanique Richards, and I am the third speaker for Team Opposition.
Thank you very much, teams. Adjudicators, they're ready on my big stage. Are you ready? Adjudicators, please introduce yourselves.
Thank you very much, Madam Kamisha Swaby. My name is Jermaine Barrett, and I have the privilege of serving as the chair adjudicator for this match.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Rashana Jarrett, and I am excited to serve as one of your wing adjudicators this morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Xavier McFarlane, and I'm quite ecstatic to be one of the wing adjudicators for this match.
Pleasant morning, everyone. The name is Javon Downey, and I'll serve as a wing adjudicator in this match.
All right, and good morning, everyone. I am the final panelist on this judge of this panel of adjudicators. My name is Najani Stewart.
Thank you very much, judges. Now, I'm not dodging because I would stand in the heat of the battle, to be honest with you, but I want to be in a good vantage point to witness the trading of wit and substantial arguments. So I'm going to exit stage left. Judges, over to you as our debaters are ready.
Indeed, wit and substantial arguments. We expect nothing less. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for joining us for this third place playoff match in the public sector debate competition. The teams, as you would have heard, the National Irrigation Commission in proposition going up against the Judiciary of Jamaica. I'll just go through quickly the rules of this contest. So the opposition team and the proposition team have 3 speakers. Each speaker has a different amount of time within which they'll present. The first speaker will present for 7 minutes, the second speaker for 6 minutes, the third speaker presents for 5 minutes. After the first pair of speakers, that's first proposition followed by first opposition, we enter an exciting period of cross-examination, and we'll delineate the rules when we get to that stage. We enter another period of cross-examination after the second pair of speakers. After that second cross-examination rather, we pause for 1 minute, then we resume with the reply speeches, beginning with that from the opposition team, and the debate concludes overall with the reply speaker from Team Proposition. Teams, are you ready? No, you don't sound ready. Are you ready, teams? All right, so let's get this show started. At this time, we call upon the first proposition speaker to open the debate. Hear, hear.
Esteemed judges, honorable opponents, and attentive audience, good day. Mr. Speaker, under the cover of night, a small, fragile wooden boat drifts silently into Jamaican waters. On board, a pregnant woman, 2 terrified children, and a man bleeding from a gunshot wound. No food, no passport, no plan, just one desperate hope. That Jamaica, the land of Marcus Garvey, Paul Bogle, and Nanny of the Maroons, would not turn their backs. But within 48 hours, they are deported. No horror, no hearing, and no hope. This, Mr. Speaker, is an example of the Haitian migrant crisis. This is not about laws or treaties. It's about what we ought to do, guided by principles of justice, compassion, and human dignity. And so, we rise in full support of the motion, be it resolved that Jamaica has a moral duty to do more than its treaty obligations in addressing the Haitian migrant crisis. First, let us define a few key terms. Moral duty refers to ethical responsibilities, what ought to be done, guided by principles of compassion, justice, and shared humanity. Treaty obligations are legal commitments Jamaica is bound to uphold under international law, like the 1951 Refugee Convention and the Treaty of Chagaramas. The Haitian migrant crisis, however, speaks of the mass displacements of Haitian nationals due to gang violence, political instability, and economic collapse, forcing many to flee to countries including Jamaica. And let us be clear, judges and opponents, we're not being asked to solve Haiti's everything crisis. We are being asked to consider our treatment, our response, and our moral duty towards Haitian migrants arriving on our shores. That is a realistic and reasonable debate. As for Speaker, I will show you that the existing treaties exclude Haitians and that legal compliance alone is not sufficient. Our second speaker will outline practical, collaborative solutions Jamaica can implement, while our third speaker will summarize our arguments and close this debate with morality. Let us look at the facts. Mr. Speaker, the 1951 Refugee Convention, prohibits returning individuals to countries where they face war or persecution. But under Article 1A, subsection 2, refugee status is only granted to those persecuted based on race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or membership in a particular social group. So here's the problem. Most Haitians, Mr. Speaker, do not fit this definition. They flee not because of who they are, but because of what their country has become. A failed state consumed by gang rule and hunger. And as such, Mr. Speaker, they are not classified as refugees. Instead, they are classified as illegal migrants, and thus they are stripped of protection, rights, and dignity. To add to that, the Treaty of Chagaramas, while promoting regional cooperation, includes another article which allows countries to deny entry on the grounds of public safety. To make things worse, in 1991, Haiti was excluded from CARICOM's free movement regime, and thus said Mr. Speaker, regional treaties have failed Haiti. So what does this mean? It means our legal obligations under treaties are minimal. Any supportive action taken by the government is already above treaty requirements and thus is already in support and doing more than treaty obligations. Mr. Speaker, our shared history demands compassion. Haiti was the first black republic to overthrow colonial rule, which sparked a fire that lit the Caribbean's path to freedom. Jamaica's own independence, Mr. Speaker, mirrors that of Haiti's revolutionary spirit. Judges, this is more than geography. It is about moral kinship. In July 2023, Mr. Speaker, 37 Haitians were deported from Jamaica in less than 72 hours. No formal hearing, no legal support, no protection. The officials, Mr. Speaker, declared that migrants were illegal entrants and that Jamaica had no fixed position on Haitian arrivals. Is that justice? Or is that the legacy of our heroes Garvey, Nani, and Bogle? Or is it a betrayal of everything we claim to stand for? Judges, legal compliance is not enough. We must lead with conscience. Over 15,000 Haitians murdered since 2021 from gang warfare. Over 1.6 million are food insecure. And sure, Jamaica has taken commendable steps, Mr. Speaker. Temporary shelter, food, some asylum processing. But many migrants, Mr. Speaker, are still deported within hours. The human rights groups of Jamaica in 2023 said they faced overcrowded detention centers, no access to legal aid, emotional trauma from mishandling, and lack of due process. Mr. Speaker, yes, we agree that these actions are within our legal rights, but legality does not equal morality, and morality is what this debate is about. So, dear audience, I ask you, if treaties are failing to protect human dignity, then it is our moral leadership that must rise. Moral duty, Mr. Speaker, requires infinite resources. We acknowledge that Jamaica's is economically constrained, but our moral capacity is not limited by our economic one. So we propose humanitarian actions which are low cost and high impact. Mr. Speaker, we can introduce temporary protected status for Haitian migrants, allowing short-term work and access to education and on humanitarian grounds. We can establish a transit hub model, partnering with countries like Canada and France to offer temporary shelter while resettlement is arranged. We can coordinate with NGOs, the UNHCR, faith-based organizations to improve food quality, healthcare access, and legal aid. We can, Mr. Speaker, push for infrastructure investment in Haiti through the Caribbean Development Bank. And most importantly, we can launch public awareness campaigns to reduce xenophobia and promote compassion among the nation. Mr. Speaker, in the absence of treaty protection, our moral compass must lead. It's not a question of capacity, it's a question of conscience. We have to act, Mr. Speaker, not merely with legality, but with dignity, not with detachment, but with compassion, not with excuses, but with moral leadership worthy of our history and our humanity. Mr. Speaker, will we be a nation that hides behind cold documents, or will we be one that leads with a heart? We rest.
We thank the first proposition speaker for opening this debate. We now call upon the first opposition speaker to open the case on behalf of the opposition team. Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, adjudicators, and members of this honorable House, good morning. My name is Nicholas Ranger, first speaker for the opposition, and I stand firmly opposed to the moot. Be it resolved that Jamaica has a moral duty to do more than its treaty obligations in addressing the Haitian migrant crisis. Now, Mr. Speaker, what this moot is really saying is that legality is not enough. It's telling Jamaica, a small country with limited capacity and a whole heap of internal disagreements, that we must do even more simply because of some higher moral calling. That is a dangerous notion, not because it's ambitious, but because it's unanchored, undefined, and ultimately corrosive to the very principles that keep small developing countries like ours afloat. Morality, Mr. Speaker, distinguishes right from wrong. But let us be real. Morality is not a one-size-fits-all. It varies person to person. What happens when morals don't align? Discord sets in. Just look at how Trump's immigration stance split the United States right down the middle. Jamaica would be no different if we respond to the Haitian migrant crisis on morality alone. We're fooling ourselves to think that we wouldn't end up with a fractured society, strained by internal discord and unable to support whether migrant or citizen. As the first speaker, I will show why morality has no place in addressing the Haitian migrant crisis, and that there are greater obligations to be placed on bigger world powers. My second speaker will break down why Jamaica cannot do more to meet the obligations of the Haitian migrants. And our third speaker will seal the deal and show why we've won this debate. Mr. Speaker, morality sounds nice, but once you start using it as a binding duty that overrides law and democratic processes, you are threatening sovereign governance. Morality is subjective. What you see as a moral duty will vary based on who you ask. Jamaica is a pluralistic society. People have different views on immigration policies and national priorities. If we start forcing moral obligations without democratic consensus, without parliament, and without the people's mandate, we are undermining national self-determination. Mr. Speaker, democratic legitimacy is essential. Refugee policies affect all Jamaicans. That is why we need clear boundaries that are established through debate, budget approval, and accountability mechanisms. Morality has no such boundary. It cannot be enforced or measured reliably. That's why we have the 1951 Refugee Convention and the 1967 Protocol. Clear, negotiated minimum standards. If Jamaica tries to do more on moral grounds, who decides what more looks like? Parliament? Them busy argue pro-box or a bus. Or worse, the Jamaican public still reeling from what will no doubt, not at this time, the Jamaican public that will no doubt still be reeling from what will go down as the historic KFC war of 2025. Come on, Mr. Speaker. Morality is personal. Ask 10 Jamaicans what's right, and you'll end up with 15 opinions, 3 Bible verses, and 1 long voice note from Smutty Auntie. A moral goalpost is one that is bound to shift. Bypassing democratic frameworks and letting morality dictate policy weakens our institutions. It erodes public trust and it causes confusion. Jamaica's immigration and refugee institutions already run on limited capacity. Remember, Mr. Speaker, the Refugee Eligibility Committee, the REC, barely meets as is, and we don't even have formal legislation regarding asylum procedures. This is a fragile system that we have, and we cannot afford to manage it with open-ended moral duties. Mr. Speaker, social cohesion depends on perceived fairness. Citizens who face housing shortages, job competition, and overstretched resources will feel betrayed if moral duties to non-nationals override their needs without any public discussion. This will fuel resentment and threaten our stability. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica is a small developing country with serious domestic challenges. We can't take on open-ended humanitarian duties without risking collapse. Our legal treaty obligations, including non-refoulement and asylum processing, are minimum standards designed to balance humanitarian protection with our capacity to provide it. Right now, our systems are already under strain. Even passport renewals took 6 months in 2023. Our social services are simply stretched thin. Without additional resources and formal frameworks, expanding obligations will overload agencies and degrade services for everyone. Why are we as Jamaicans risking this hefty price? Did we cause the Haitian migrant crisis? No. Haiti's instability stems from France's crippling reparations and the US's occupation, not Jamaica. These global powers created the condition that Haiti is facing today. It is unfair to expect Jamaica, a small developing nation, to fix problems that we did not cause. Solidarity is not blame, Mr. Speaker. Jamaica is not responsible for Haiti's crisis, and therefore we have no moral duty to go beyond what we are already doing. If anyone has that duty, it is those global power players who caused the crisis. Our Caribbean counterparts look to us as regional power players, Mr. Speaker. The moves we make here persuade governments throughout the region. Are we therefore endorsing the broad application of morality to guide the public policy on migration issues? Remember, morality will be different for Jamaica versus Trinidad versus Cuba. Is that the message that we are sending to our regional partners? Mr. Speaker, the Haitian crisis is a regional challenge, and therefore it needs CARICOM coordination and multilateral diplomacy, not makeshift morality. If Jamaica goes above treaty obligations alone, we risk becoming a symbolic refuge rather than a strategic leader, while these bigger power players shrink away from their responsibilities. Jamaica's refugee determination process is informal and sporadic, diverting scarce funds based on morality to humanitarian efforts and threatening critical investments in infrastructure, education, and healthcare. As my grandmother would say, take care of your yard before you invite people over. Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to reject this move. Thank you.
Indeed, we are off to an exciting debate. Thank you very much, the first opposition speaker. At this time, we move to an exciting segment of our debate, the first cross-examination segment. In this segment, we will have the opposition team posing 3 questions to the proposition team and vice versa. A commission.
You intimated in your speech that the current definitions do not account for regular refugees. Are you aware that there is a revision to the convention to account for the current migrant crisis? Could you repeat? You intimated in your speech that the current definitions do not account for or accommodate the regular migrants. Are you aware that there is a revision to the 1951 Convention to account for the current migrant crisis?
Yes, we are aware, and that's the point she's making, that irregardless of the fact that these treaties are in place, it does not give the type of protective status that we're requesting for our Haitian brothers and sisters.
Is there a moral justification for expanding services to non-citizens when 20% of Jamaicans still live below the poverty line and over 600,000 live in informal settlements?
Jamaica is a part of an international community, and that is what international countries do for each other. Other countries such as the UN, England, and Canada are giving support to Jamaica, and likewise, we are requesting that Jamaica makes provision to give support to other countries, especially persons who share our historic background.
Understanding that, what specific services or sectors in Jamaica then should be cut to fund this moral duty?
You will hear that from our second speaker.
Thank you very much for those questions, and thanks for the responses as well. We go now to the National Irrigation Commission for your slate of 3 questions.
Our friends at the judiciary, please explain to us whether morality dictates the development of law.
Not dictate the development of law. What we're saying is that morality does not have any checks and balances. And when we start to use morality as the basis of developing laws, especially when it comes on to migrants, for developing countries, we risk the issue of carrying people into our countries that are already unstable and risking continuing unstableness simply because we want to be moral and we want PR optics. This is about funding our people first and then protecting others after.
What is the proof that you have, right, in regards to Asians, accepting a few Asian migrants would be an economic burden? What is the proof that you have of this?
The proof is that the proof is that the ratio of the population of Haiti is 4:1 and Jamaica is 4:1. And so really, if we are to take in a few Haitians, what is your definition of a few? Because if Haiti has 5 billion in its population, 11 million in its population, and we have 3, then when they are in crisis, we can only take 100,000, and even then, we still have 100,000 people in Jamaica who don't have food, who don't have running water, who don't have shelter. So is it that we are supposed to take on 100,000 Haitians when we cannot provide for our Jamaicans?
Okay, you claim that we are accepting 100,000 Asians, but the numbers prove that there have only been 250 Asians since 2023. So can you justify your stance?
I think we've misunderstood my reference. I was giving an example. I did not say that we accepted 100,000 Haitians. In fact, we have accepted what we can, the 250, and we cannot go any further. Because if we take 250 over maybe the last decade, that means we can only take about 25 per year, because that is what our economy can handle. We're saying that we cannot do any more because our economy is unstable at this time, and we need to provide and protect Jamaicans at this time, not Haitians. You have countries like the US and France who are responsible for the crisis, who are not taking responsibility.
Thank you for that delightful segment of questions and answers. We continue our debate now with the presentation from the second speaker from Team Nick, Team Proposition. Here.
Honorable Judge, Honorable judges, esteemed colleagues, members of the opposition, good day to you. According to the UN, Haiti is experiencing the worst humanitarian crisis in its modern history, with over 1.3 million people displaced and 5.5 million in need of aid. Armed gangs control more than 85% of Port-au-Prince, forcing families to risk their lives to make makeshift boats to reach Jamaica, only to face detention or deportation. This heartbreaking situation demands that Jamaica must do more. It is on this premise that I resolutely reinforce the proposition stance to reaffirm Jamaica's moral imperative to exceed its treaty obligation in addressing the Haitian migrant crisis. Allow me to dismantle the opposition's misguided statements. Statement number one, treaty obligations are sufficient. Our opponents argue that meeting existing international obligations under agreements such as the Refugee Convention or CARICOM treaties is enough. But I ask, enough for whom? Not for the desperate man detained for months with no charge in inhumane condition, and certainly not for the Haitian mother of four immediately sent back to gang-dominated communities with her children in tow. Treaties set the minimum standard, not the maximum action. As reported by Freedom Imaginaries, March 2024, 37 Haitian migrants were denied due process, no interpreter, no lawyer, no individualized assessment. The various treaties, such as the Treaty of Chaguaramas, certainly give Jamaica this level of leeway, but that is the very wrong we are here to right. The absence of obligation is not permission for cruelty. Statement number two, Jamaica is too small and too poor to help. Let us test this theory with facts, shall we? Jamaica's GDP in 2024 was USD $19.93 billion according to Trading Economics. The government has only spent 30 million Jamaican dollars supporting Haitian migrants since July 2023. With a GDP of nearly $20 billion, just 0.1% could support over 1,000 migrants with housing, healthcare, education, and job training. Furthermore, as my first speaker highlighted, we do not need to bear the financial burden, but instead leverage economic support from the broader global community. Statement number three, too many Haitians are coming to our shores. Judges, the numbers say otherwise. According to the UNHCR Rights Mapping Platform, only 200 to 250 Haitians have arrived by boat since mid-2023. Of these, over 80% were deported without due process, and just a few received the opportunity to apply for asylum. Even if this number was doubled or tripled, the total cost to Jamaica would be less than our yearly expense for a single high school. Furthermore, the majority of Haitians do not intend to reside in Jamaica, colleagues. Most seek to travel to other countries. According to the same report in 2023, since 2023, the United States has hosted over 46% of Asian migrants, the Dominican Republic 31%, and Canada hosts approximately 7%. Statement number four, other countries should take responsibility too. We agree 100%. Moral leadership is the foundation of Caribbean strength, and that strength lies in solidarity, as Prime Minister Mia Mottley has urged CARICOM must respond to Haiti with unity and compassion. Leadership demands more than statement, it demands action. Locally, Jamaica can offer temporary protected status for Asians to temporarily work, access education, and contribute to the economy on humanitarian grounds. We can rely on local NGOs, churches, and other humanitarian organizations to help in providing food, clothing, and emotional support for Asians while in our country. In addition, we propose that Jamaica can serve as a temporary transit hub, offering short-term refuge, where Asian migrants are housed in humane condition, while countries such as the US, Canada, Dominican Republic, and France manage long-term resettlement not accepted. This model has already worked in Rwanda with the Libyan migrants in 2019, Niger with the UN evacuation, and Costa Rica with the Central American refugees in 2016. This initiative can be subsidized by international aid from International Organization for Migration, IOM, and the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Their assistance would include registration, identification, health security screening for migrants, case management, and legal support to determine eligibility for asylum or settlement, coordination of safe onward relocation to receiving countries, and most importantly, direct financial and logistical support in reducing the financial crisis on the Jamaican government. In addition, our taking a moral stance can mean for Jamaica on the world stage better diplomacy, stronger global image, more international aid, increased investment. Honorable judges, let me end on this note. Let us not be remembered as a generation that stood by as our Caribbean sibling cried for help, only to be met with bureaucracy, barbed wire, and blindfolded indifference. We are heirs of Marcus Garvey, Nani, and Sam Sharp, heroes who did not wait for legal permission to do what was just. We cannot say we are Caribbean and close our borders to carry our most vulnerable nation. Jamaica must do more. Thank you.
We thank you, second proposition speaker coming to us from the National Irrigation Commission. And we now go to the second opposition speaker representing the Judiciary of Jamaica to hear their presentation. Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, honorable judges, my worthy opponents, and the audience, good morning. Imagine buying land in Cherry Garden, St. Catherine. Everyone starts with board houses, but through years of sacrifice, you upgrade to concrete and you begin building your dream home. Your neighbors, who made no effort to improve, now show up uninvited, bags in hand, expecting to move in. Do you open your doors and bear the burden, or do you protect what you've built? As the second speaker for the opposition, I will now advance our case with 3 arguments. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica is already stretched thin trying to meet its current treaty obligations. Going beyond them without infrastructure, personnel, or funding to support it could have dangerous unintended consequences, particularly by incentivizing irregular migration and enabling human trafficking networks. According to the International Organization for Migration, over 3,000 Haitians died or went missing in the Caribbean over the last decade while attempting to cross by boat. These journeys are often orchestrated by traffickers and smugglers, not humanitarian agencies, and migrants are routinely misled about support available once they arrive. If Jamaica is perceived as offering more than it can actually sustain, it could become a magnet for increased illegal maritime arrivals, putting more lives at risk. We must also consider the regional networks that profit from these movements. Jamaica and Haiti are already part of an established drugs for gun trade pipeline, with marijuana and cocaine leaving Jamaica and illegal firearms returning from Haiti. Smugglers use the same maritime routes for trafficking people, drugs, and weapons. Furthermore, Haiti itself is a hotspot for human trafficking. According to UNICEF and the United Nations, up to 300,000 Haitian children are trapped in domestic servitude, and 2,000 to 3,000 children are trafficked annually into the Dominican Republic. Jamaica lacks the social services, child protection systems, and legal infrastructure to absorb persons fleeing these conditions in large numbers. And consider this, Mr. Speaker. Haiti receives nearly $1 billion per year in international aid, including $180 million from the World Bank in 2023 alone, and over $13 billion between 2011 and 2021. If the global community with its trillions in resources cannot stabilize Haiti, how can we responsibly expect Jamaica with a GDP of just $16 or $19 billion to succeed by doing even more? Mr. Speaker, more is not always better. In this case, not accepted, doing more without the means to do so responsibly is not moral, it's reckless. Mr. Speaker, a comparative analysis of how the US, UK, and Canada and other developed countries treat asylum seekers and illegal migrants makes one thing abundantly clear. Refugee housing and supporting asylum seekers is a significant financial cost. In the UK, Housing and supporting these seekers now costs £4 billion annually, with the government spending $8 million per day just on hotel accommodations. In the US, the Department of Health and Human Services spent over $8 billion in a single year to provide shelter and food and legal support for unaccompanied migrant children. Canada allocated $3 billion in 2023 to support refugees and asylum claimants, including housing, health services, and integration programs. These countries can afford such spending because they have deep fiscal reserves, expansive tax bases, and large-scale aid infrastructures, and even they are proposing closing their borders. Jamaica does not have this. With a debt-to-GDP ratio still hovering over 78%, we have to operate within strict fiscal limits. We're not simply choosing not to do more. We're structurally unable to without harming our own people. More is simply not possible in the Jamaican context. Unlike these first world countries, we simply can't find money. It's not in the budget. We would have to reallocate, and what aspect of the 2030 plan is a proposition willing to sacrifice to afford doing more? Should we pull funding from early childhood education, from crime prevention, from rural infrastructure, or maternal health care? Every dollar Jamaica diverts to expand its migrant response is a dollar taken away from the already fragile services that sustain our most vulnerable citizens. Not accepted. Mr. Speaker, let us be frank. Doing more for Haiti means doing less for Jamaica. It means taking scarce resources from our own development goals and to fund obligations we were never equipped to bear. Whatever ambitious plans the proposition may have and whatever funding they may imagine, those resources are far better spent making Jamaica stable, not diverting our energy towards stabilizing another state. We're not prepared to sacrifice our 2030 vision for the sake of moral optics. We must remember that a national disaster could put us in the same place they are in. Jamaica already supports Haiti in ways that reflect our compassion. We have spent $50 million on border control. We have sent our troops to Haiti, but to ask us to exceed our treaty obligations when we can barely even meet them is not a moral request. It's an impractical and irresponsible one. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue is not whether we care, it's whether we can, and all evidence shows us we cannot. The burden of doing more must fall on those with both historical responsibility and economic strength. Finally, Mr. Speaker, let us be clear. If we want to do more, it won't be morally, but rather to do what we've already committed to do and do it properly. Jamaica's refugee framework is underdeveloped. Our Refugee Eligibility Committee rarely functions. Coordination between PICA and ODPM and national security is patchy at best. We're not failing because we don't care. We're failing because the system is broken. So before we take on more, let's fix what we have. Mr. Speaker, like any homeowner striving to provide stability for our family, Jamaica must be allowed to secure what it has worked so hard to build. Diverting limited resources beyond our obligations would not only undermine that progress, but it would risk collapsing what little we have managed to construct. We cannot do more, and we should not be asked to.
All right, thank you so very much, second speaker from Team Opposition. We enter once again into another segment of cross-examination. The rules for this segment are just the same as the ones that obtained in the first segment of cross-examination. So without any further delay, we call upon the opposition team, Team Judiciary of Jamaica, to ask questions of the proposition team. 3 questions, that is, of course. Let's get those questions out.
If Haiti receives nearly US $1 billion in aid annually and is still in crisis, what empirical evidence can you offer that suggests Jamaica's additional contribution would produce a measurable difference?
Jamaica is not being asked. We're not asking Jamaica to give financial assistance. Just like your second speaker said, our frameworks, they're not working. We need to do more. They're still showing up on the shores. So notwithstanding the financial contribution that they're getting, the crisis remains, and our response cannot continue to be silence and nothing.
Okay, can you name a single instance where a small island developing state has sustainably absorbed a foreign crisis without compromising its own development trajectory?
Team opposition, you're obviously thinking, you're believing that we are taking this crisis on only a local level. We're not here to debate the crisis in Haiti on a local level only. We have established other ways in which, as a country, we can advocate as a nation. It's not only limited to our economic ability. It's also including what we can do on a moral. We're speaking about moral alternatives. We can advocate for other countries. There is an arrangement in place for Haiti already, which is we could advocate for those arrangements to be funded to Haiti to assist.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You only have 30 seconds within which to posit your response. Go ahead, please.
Would you agree with me that your plan to act as a transitionary hub is futile if countries like the UK, US, and Canada that you intend to act for transition for are currently currently in mind to implement policies to close their borders to immigrants?
In response to your question, the borders are not yet closed, and this is an extraordinary measure. And as I have stated before, Rwanda, these poor countries, Rwanda, Costa Rica has done it, and it was quite successful. And Jamaica, based on its strategic location and as a leader in the Caribbean, is the perfect choice to be the transition hub.
Thank you very much for that phase of questions and answers. We continue the next phase, beginning now with the questions coming to us from the proposition team.
You mentioned...
Oh, go ahead.
You mentioned recent treaty reforms, but are you aware that the CARICOM's free movement excluded Haiti from its recent reform due to its instability?
The CARICOM treaty might have excluded their free movement, but it has nothing to do with immigrants arriving at our borders, because they are arriving at our borders. What we're saying is that what we do here is we accept them, we house them for a time, we give them their hearing, and we send them home if they don't meet refugee status. We cannot do more if an agreement is signed in the Caribbean. What we're doing is what we're obligated to do, and we can't do any more. You can't ask us to exceed the treaties when we don't have the financial ability to do so. And international aid is not promised. It's something that might not happen. So your plans are futile.
Second speaker, you highlighted the number of Haitians that would have died on the waters coming to Jamaica. What you have done is highlighted how bad the situation is. And are you saying, this is my question, that Jamaica must stick slavishly to a legalistic approach and ignore the moral imperative?
No, we're not saying that we should stick to the legal. Let me be clear. We're not saying ignore it. What we're saying is we need to ensure that we don't facilitate it. We're not perpetuating it by saying Jamaica is where you should come to transition. What we're saying is we don't want people traveling to Jamaica by boat at all. It's not safe. So if you have a safe way to travel into Jamaica and we have the capacity to hold you, then we can do so based on our treaty obligations. But asking you to travel here by boat in unsafe conditions to get something that you might not have is futile, because our treaty obligations are what we can do and no more. So if the treaty says 25, it's 25.
No, shut it. Shut it.
All right, team opponents, what alternatives then do you suggest to address the persistent Asian migrants coming to our shores?
I love that question. And as a matter of fact, what we're saying is that countries like the US and France, they can do more. France can give reparations for the 150 million francs that they asked for, the equivalent to US $21 billion now to Haiti, and that will stabilize Haiti's economy, eradicating the Haitian migrant crisis. The US can also intervene. They can take on all the migrants that they want, because they invaded Haiti in 1915 to 1934, and they should take on this responsibility. What we're saying is that Jamaica wants to do it, we just cannot. So these countries can and must.
And with that segment of cross-examination, we definitely need to take a pause. So at this time, we'll pause for 1 minute. Yes. We pause for 1 minute, and at the end of the 1 minute pause, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. So at the end of the 1 minute pause, we will resume with the reply speech from the opposition team, and then we conclude the debate overall with that from the proposition team. Your 1 minute pause begins now. All right, that signals the end of the pause. It seems like it went very fast. So let us now begin with the reply speech from the opposition team, Team Judiciary of Jamaica. Let's make that speaker welcome.
Mr. Speaker, honorable judges, worthy opponents, members of the audience, good morning. We have heard the proposition's case. They have pleaded with morality and gestured at history. They have spoken as though morality alone makes a nation culpable, as though the mere sight of suffering turns sympathy into sovereign duty. But the opposition stands on firmer ground. We have shown that nation building is not a charity project, and any country, before it stretches its hand to help another, must first know what its hands can carry. The proposition has not only failed to prove that Jamaica must do more, they also fail to show that Jamaica can do more in any meaningful or sustainable way. Mr. Speaker, this debate is not about whether we care. It is about how we act when we care. And the proposition's framework, built on moral idealism, crumbles under three fatal flaws. Firstly, they argue that Jamaica should do more because it's the moral thing to do. But morality, Mr. Speaker, is not law, and it is certainly not good governance. Refugee and migration policies must be rooted in something firmer than moral rhetoric. It must be deliberate, enforceable, and democratically legitimate. You cannot take a vague moral duty to Parliament and ask for a budget line. You cannot bring it before the court when someone is denied entry. You cannot rely on it when the public asks why their needs are being deprioritized. Without the anchor of democratic legitimacy, morality becomes coercion. And what the proposition proposes is that Jamaica should carry a burden no one has agreed to lift. Not the people, not the Parliament, not the Constitution. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, that is not how sovereign nations function. It's how they fracture. Secondly, throughout this debate, we've been told that Jamaica must do more. But what does more actually mean? More refugees? More debt, more permanent humanitarian obligations. More is defined, the burden, when more is defined, the burden becomes real, and it is far heavier than the proposition would like to admit. We have asked how many more migrants, how much more aid, how long will more last? Silence. And Mr. Speaker, the silence is deafening. Jamaica is already doing more than the minimum. We've spent millions on emergency responses, border security, and regional diplomacy. In 2025, Mr. Speaker, we evacuated and cared for Haitian children with disabilities, providing shelter, medical support, and safe passage, not because we were legally bound, but because it was the right thing to do within our means. Thirdly, the proposition wants to shift the moral burden onto Jamaica as if we caused the Haitian crisis or as if proximity alone creates obligation. Let us remind this House, the roots of Haiti's collapse are global and historic. French reparations, American occupation, and international exploitation. Jamaica did not break Haiti. So why should Jamaica be expected to fix what global superpowers with trillions in GDP have failed to repair with decades of aid? And while France, the UK, the US, and Canada tighten their immigration policies and cut expenditure, we are being asked to do more? Are we to carry moral burdens that even the powerful refuse to touch? Are we to outpace the giants in generosity while struggling to serve our own people? To close, Mr. Speaker, the proposition has built its entire case on hope, but hope without structure is a rope. And in this case, morality becomes a noose tightening around Jamaica's neck, choking the limited resources we have to serve our own people. Let me leave this House with one final thought. If you have 5 children, Mr. Speaker, 3 loaves and 2 fish, do you feed your hungry children or do you give them away to your neighbor's starving family? Mr. Speaker, Jamaica cannot give what it does not have, and no moral slogan can turn scarcity into policy. No, we're not saying do nothing. We're saying do what we've committed to do and do it well. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, we say with conviction and clarity, Jamaica does not have a moral duty to do more than its treaty obligations. We oppose this moot. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're winding down to the close. We have but one speaker remaining. At this time, help me welcome the final speaker in this match, the reply speaker from Team National Irrigation Commission.
Jamaica, nu benzu ed. That's the Haitian cry. Jamaica, we need help. Ladies and gentlemen, judges, debaters, good day. Just like Martin Luther King Jr., we, the proposition, believe that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I stand with my colleagues to firmly propose that Jamaica has a moral duty to do more than its treaty obligation in addressing the Haitian crisis. Judges, before providing a summation of the arguments espoused by my team, I'll revisit some of the claims made by our opponents that are clearly erroneous. We reject the arguments of the opposition that the current provisions and practices are sufficient. Today, the moot asks, should Jamaica be doing more? And we say yes, emphatically yes. Thank you, opposition, for highlighting that the treaties are just not enough, and that they're failing, and that they're not working. You failed to state how the current treaties are addressing the migrant problem. Team opposition, you are saying that our duty starts and ends with legal compliance. It is our view that mere legal compliance alone does not meet the high watermark of moral duty. And I remind you, you are the judiciary. Morality dictates the development of the law. The treaties, they are instruments, they are frameworks. We, the people, must give them the effect of human touch and feel. Recall opposition, many are ordinary and some extraordinary citizens like you and me. Our first speaker outlined that it is not business as usual in Haiti, you know. Our neighbors, brothers and sisters are actually in a crisis, and crisis mode requires crisis response. They have suffered numerous natural disasters. They have shocked their economy, endless political and criminal unrest. And my opponent, you sit here, right, with a straight face, telling us that the wonderful treaties are enough? Enough? We, the proposition, says no, not so. We need more. A cloaked up legalistic approach is certainly not the way. Haiti's reality is grim. Migrants are fleeing gang violence, hunger, and economic collapse. They arrive in Jamaica not as opportunists, but as human beings running for their lives, and yet they are detained, denied legal aid, and deported within 48 hours. This has become the status quo. Why? Because treaty obligations do not consider them refugees. Because treaties like the 1951 Refugee Convention and the Treaty of Chagaramas, and yes, their supplemental regulations, they have loopholes and exclusions that treat Haitians as illegal entrants rather than displaced persons. As the first speaker reminded us, Haitians are not even considered refugees under these treaties, despite fleeing violence and collapse, but rather they are labeled as illegal immigrants, stripped of protection, stripped of rights, stripped of dignity. And worse, CARICOM's free movement regime excludes Haiti altogether due to their own instability. Thus, Jamaica's legal obligation, it is minimal. We have to do more. Silence in the face of suffering is not acceptable simply because we're not legally bound to help. We must rise above what is basic, emotionless, and legalistic processes and do what is humane. That is what other countries have done for Jamaica. Our second speaker made it abundantly clear. Treaties provide the floor, not the ceiling of action. The opposition's argument that Jamaica has done enough collapses under the weight of unjust deportations, inhumane detention conditions, and no access to interpreters or legal representation. This position, opponents, ignores the moral imperative to address the suffering of our neighbors. We cannot turn a blind eye to the plight of Haitians. Doing so, it undermines the values of compassion that should guide our actions. We emphasize that Jamaica, as a leader in the Caribbean region, must adopt a humanitarian approach to the crisis in Haiti, and it is our moral imperative. Judges, we propose practical solutions that go beyond treaty obligation, but they remain within reach. Some don't even require financial obligation. Let's take it. Temporary protected status for Haitian nationals, a transit hub for short-term shelter and international resettlement. This is merely facilitation and coordination for onward transit to other countries that will accept the Haitians. We need to collaborate with our churches. You know about Jamaican and Christian morals and duty? NGOs, international agencies to have food, proper health care, and language assistance and legal while they're here. Public awareness campaigns to reduce xenophobia. Yes, we need to eradicate the fear that our team opposition have to our Haitian neighbors. Diplomatic leadership within CARICOM to push for stability in Haiti. And guess what? I stand here proudly to say agricultural development projects in Haiti to enhance their food security, because we can proudly say Jamaica have the expertise in agricultural development.
Thank you very much.
In closing.
Thank you. Unfortunately, you are out of time. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Thanks to all the debaters in this match. Having heard the arguments, we as an adjudication panel are now left to ponder and to weigh them and ultimately determine the winner of this match. That we will do now as we leave to deliberate.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I quite enjoyed that match. Did you? So here's what we heard. Compassion, justice, and shared humanity. And even a contention that our regional treaties may have failed Haiti even in their design. We heard that legality does not equate to morality, but that morality oftentimes informs the development of legislation. We heard that treaties are the minimum standard, not the maximum, and that the absence of obligation is not an excuse for cruelty. But then we had to say, we heard that a small country with limited capacity being called on to do more. Is that more than it has capacity to? And is that something feasible for us to consider? We were asked, what happens when morals do not align? We also heard, does it threaten sovereign governance when there is a clash of the morals? Will the moral goalpost be shifted by the big deal debacle, pro-box debates, or the long-forwarded many times voice note from somebody's Auntie Marcia? Shall we look instead to a global power, the global power players who arguably have a causal link to this migrant crisis? We heard that one offer, though, is for Jamaica to operate outside of its treaty obligations, but consider some practical tools, like being that temporary transit hub, and that would be subsidized by international aid. Heard on the other side, though, that international aid in this economy is a little bit fickle. We heard that Jamaica is simply not structurally capable to do more without harming our own. So, where will the judges rest? We heard a debate that contended with policy, history, treaties, morals, and obligations. The arguments have indeed been made. Whose arguments were more persuasive? Which team has done enough to win this remarkable third-place playoff? I'm glad that that's not in my hand. That decision is with the judges, and the judges' decision, ladies and gentlemen, is what? Final. Team Judiciary, we're not going to enter that into the books. What I heard on the other side is more apt. The judge's decision is final. So now we break for 15 minutes to allow the judges to deliberate. And you can use this time to take some photos at the photo booth. Remember to tag the TIU in your post. The hashtag is hashtag PSDebateJA2025. PSDebateJA 2025. Sidebar, I'm welcoming the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, PS Ambassador Sheila Sealy Monteith. Welcome, PS. And so, for those of you on social media, we see you. We're loving the vibes. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back with more from the public sector. Oh, you know what? Thank you so much to my colleagues over there. You are fantastic people. And it's a tourism team, so Mr. Delano Steve Wright, we welcome you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, because I sat over there and we were engaged in a little bit of conversation, I took for granted that I did not formally acknowledge him being here with us. So welcome, sir. We're very glad to have you. And your colleagues have you. Your team has you. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you on social media, we see you. We're loving the vibes. Take the break with us. And we'll be right back for the Public Sector Debate Competition Grand Finale for 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, if I had a drum roll, I'll be using it right now because thank you. This is the moment we have been waiting for, the grand final of the public sector debate competition for 2025. Now, I love this fantastic audience. You have been amazing. And let's now welcome the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Mining, the proposition team, and the Ministry of Tourism, the opposition, to take their seats. And if you're watching us online, I do hope you've been getting snippets of the excitement. There's no penny section, they're just excited supporters. And some have brought out the bigwigs from their ministries to be here to lend support. On one side, I see some green folders. On the other side, I see some yellow folders. And they're wearing black, so Jamaica is well represented. And TIU, they're doing a fantastic job. So, the teams will be debating the moot. Be it resolved that addressing mental health challenges requires societal reform more than individual treatment. These two teams have proven their prowess over 5 rounds of competition. Today, they're taking on the ultimate challenge of battling it out for the title of Public Sector Debate Competition Champion for 2025. And that's a big deal. Let's meet the finalists. From Team Proposition, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Mining, we have first speaker, Kiwena Coleman. Next, we have second speaker and 4-time winner of the Best Speaker Award in the competition so far, Captain Andre Bogle. And rounding out Team Proposition, we have the reply speaker, Shalika Darby. Now, I love how the media team is working with me. I like that sound in the background. Let's meet the opposition, the Ministry of Tourism. First speaker, Shakina Morgan. She is joined by captain and winner of Best Speaker in their quarterfinal match, Matthew Blake. And completing the team is 2-time winner of the Best Speaker Award, Davita Keane. Wow, this is the big leagues. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite you to turn your attention to the screen to watch this video highlight.
Coming into the competition, for me and my teammates, we didn't have any real expectations. I think the primary goal was to learn and grow. But naturally, I think we're all competitive, and that desire to win has driven us over each match, because we knew that if we didn't move or advance to the other round, there wouldn't be an opportunity to continue learning and growing. That's what has propelled us to this final match.
Last year I was just a debater, not the captain. And what you develop on is, of course, the nerves, learning how to speak when you're not even sure what you're going to say, and just trusting your thought process and trusting the preparation that you did before. Learning to trust that is a big thing for me as a debater, as a speaker. As the team captain, I learned as a public sector worker, a working individual, how to manage people in a voluntary activity.
Their bad foundation, ruthless argument could never face Gilbert or the big bad wolf. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, they could not even face the reasonable man who they are trying to convince.
Why do things on our own and throw away the hammer to press the nails with our thumbs?
Point
as
of
this cannot
information.
be done without trade-offs that would further hurt the economy.
Point
And
of
the people-
information.
I'll take you. Okay, Mr. Speaker.
What motivates me to keep going during this competition, even on a bad day, are my teammates. Some days I will come as a new mother and I'll be very tired, I'll be a little out of it. But once I get to the office and we're supposed to meet and I see the intense amount of research that's been going on, it reminds me that there is support and we are doing great and we just need to push through to the finals, and this is where we are now. What it has done is reignite a fire in me that I believed was simmered when I became a mother. But coming into the competition, it made me realize I still have that competitive edge. My mind is still as sharp as before, and it shows me that women can do as much as they want to do.
Practice of rehiring retirees on contract a broke way. We did the hard math for you. One pay band 10 retiree costs an additional $7 million annually on contract as they collect pension, pay, and gratuity. This is what the opposition wants us to maintain, and we say this can't work.
I think this initiative by the TIU is rather great, and it's a great opportunity for public sector workers to engage in. It is something that I wish more persons would actually join. As going back, I realized that you had the Customs Agency, the Jamaica Fire Brigade, and other organizations that were a part of it in the earlier years. And it's something that I would love to see come back because it allows us to have a platform to debate very controversial moot topics as well as things that are currently affecting us. And as I said, it's a very educational journey, and I wish more public sector workers would join, and I hope to see many of them next year once we re-enter the competition.
We love our country, but oh my gosh, do we really believe that they can fully fulfill the demand for 70,000 homes without relying on any developers that have the appropriate skills, expertise in the time that we will need to do it? I am so sorry, proposition. You have not made the case that public-private partnerships are the problem. We cannot reduce public-private partnerships. Thank you. Thank you to the Transformation Implementation Unit for this competition. When we entered last year for the first time, I saw it just as a debate competition, and throughout reading the moots, hearing how the judging happens and what Jermaine highlights in how the arguments were received versus what was successful, what isn't, it communicated to me a deeper purpose for the competition and allow for the different entities to really go back and forth on issues that are correct. And so it makes sense to me why the transformation of the public sector would involve a competition like this. So just thank you for this. It is such an interesting way to develop our public sector.
We are Team Tourism, the heartbeat of this competition. Winners win!
Team Agri, we got this in the bag. We're just here to show up, show out, and collect our trophy. We're not afraid of Ministry of Tourism. We're going to take them on the North Coast and we're going to take them to the beach. One Agri.
Team Agriculture, you either win with us or watch us win.
We need a little more applause than that. Oh my goodness. So you see, I had to go down because I had to make sure I was seeing what the recap looked like. Because let me tell you, the recap video every year is a highlight for me, Team TIU. Right? If I have missed some of the matches, I love being able to meet some of the people just over those short clips that I'm seeing. Based on what I've seen, this is going to be a big matchup. The energy in the room is just right. And I'm sure the debaters are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, these 6 debaters will now battle it out to be crowned public sector debating champions for 2025. I did that the last time, I got to do it again. I've got to hand over to the judges because I don't want to be dodging up here as they're trading wits and wisdom and all of that. Jermaine, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kamisha. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jermaine Barrett, and I will be serving as the chair adjudicator for this match. I'll now invite my colleague adjudicators to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Roshana Jarrett, and I'll be serving as one of your wing adjudicators for this afternoon's match.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Xavier McFarlane, and I'll be serving as one of the wing adjudicators for this match.
Good afternoon, everyone. The name is Javon Downey, and I'll also be serving as a wing adjudicator in this match.
All right, and completing your panel this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Najani Stewart.
Yes, a round of applause for the adjudicators. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very special moment for us because this is the final match that we will adjudicate for this competition this year, and it has been quite a journey. Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined here by two Titanic teams. We have on side a proposition, the team from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, and they're going up against the Ministry of Tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll just go through quickly the rules of this contest, and they are as follows. The first speaker on each team will speak for 7 minutes, the second speaker for 6 minutes, the third speaker speaks for 5 minutes. After the first two pair of speakers, that's the first proposition, first opposition speakers, we'll get into an exciting segment of cross-examination. I'll go through the rules at that time for that segment. We'll go through another period of cross-examination after the second pair of speakers. And then, of course, we pause for a minute, then we conclude with the third, or what we call the reply speakers. Please be reminded, debaters, that you have what are called protected times. So if you're the first or second speaker on your team, you will hear the ding of a bell to signal that you've spoken for 1 minute, another ding signaling that you have 1 minute to go. Between those two dings, points of information are permitted from the opposing team. Ladies and gentlemen, teams, are you ready? Let's try that again. Are you ready, teams? Well, we are ready as the adjudicators, so let's get this debate started. At this time, I call upon the first speaker from Team Proposition, representing the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, to open this debate. Hear, hear.
Tonight at 11:30 p.m., Neil will be kneeling under his bed, not because he's afraid of the dark, but because loud bangs outside shattered his sense of safety and left him suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and anxiety. Downstairs, Sarah suffers from severe depression in fear of eviction as she struggles to choose between her child's medical bills or her rent due next month. Audience, judges, opposition, good day. Mr. Speaker, those facing mental illness are trapped in a rigid, unforgiving system, one that demands recovery while denying the conditions necessary for healing. Today, I will show that societal reform offers scalable, long-term solutions and addresses cultural barriers, enables prevention, while individual treatment, though valuable, falls short. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, according to the World Health Organization, mental health challenges are defined as clinically significant disturbances in an individual's cognition, emotional regulation, or behavior. These challenges include, but are not limited to, depression, anxiety disorders, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, OCD, etc. These represent the most commonly diagnosed mental illness worldwide. Why this is important, Mr. Speaker, the majority of these conditions, particularly depression, anxiety disorders, accounts for over 80% of global mental health diagnoses, according to accredited sources, and are directly linked to social and environmental stressors such as poverty, inequality, job insecurity, and inadequate housing. For example, people living in unsafe or abusive environments face heightened risk of developing PTSD or trauma-related disorders. The remaining 15 to 20% of cases tend to arise from hereditary or neurochemical predisposition. Now, we stress that while we acknowledge this full spectrum of causes, our case focuses on solvency and efficiency. By addressing the social and environmental root causes that drives the vast majority of mental health challenges, societal reform presents the most comprehensive and scalable solution. Even in those 15 to 20% of cases with hereditary origins, outcomes are still heavily influenced and worsened by social conditions. Because while neurochemicals loads the gun, societal factors pull the trigger, which my second speaker will explain. Now, secondly, societal reform. This refers to macroscopic state-led changes to policy, economic systems, and institutional structures. For example, housing, healthcare, education, and I will be exemplifying that throughout my speech. On the other hand, individual treatment refers to person-centered methods of managing or alleviating mental health conditions. Now, these include therapy, medication, support groups, and self-directed recovery approaches. Crucially, it involves individuals taking initiative to address their conditions within existing social conditions. Now, my first point is centered around one, scalability and intergenerational benefit. How does this work? The aforementioned social stressors are not isolated or rare in the Jamaican context. They are pervasive, large across the population, particularly those ranging from middle to low income classes, as well as people living below the poverty line. Chronic poverty, underemployment, overcrowded or unstable housing, and exposure to community violence are the daily realities of many Jamaicans. This means that the predisposition to mental illness is not confined to a vulnerable minority, but structurally embedded in the everyday experiences of the majority. And so, from a utilitarian standpoint, Mr. Speaker, where the objective is to reduce the greatest amount of scalable solution and is therefore effective as it alleviates the stressors, underscoring the mental problems for the vast majority of the population. While this may seem...
Point of information?
Not at this time. While this may mean, well, sacrificing some of the individual precision offered by individual treatment in the short term, what we notice is that this efficiency, if we should take the opposition at their best and say, well, individual does provide solvency for mental challenges, it still does not change the fact that these supposedly fixed people are being rerouted back into the society, plagued with the very same problem that sent them to therapy in the first place, making them likely to relapse. So there's no real long-term change. Unless the opposition rather can prove otherwise, their solution is inefficient. Moreover, if individual treatment were to be pursued first, we don't get this scalable benefit because the super specific nature of individual treatment, not at this time, does not allow for treating within the macroscopic level. Furthermore, the clinical nature will exhaust not just them, but the people that are around them. It erodes the mental health of friends and families who are forced to watch their loved ones trapped in cycles of inevitable relapse. By negating the possibility of relapse, societal reform, therefore, also safeguards the mental health of people around the patients as well. My second substantive is this, Mr. Speaker, that societal reform offers greater solvency to cultural stigma surrounding mental health. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important and significant, barrier of mental health care, especially in the Caribbean societies, is stigma. Many individuals suffer in silence, not because they lack access to care, but because they fear being labeled as mad or weak. This fear delays or entirely prevents early diagnosis and intervention, causing manageable conditions to spiral into the long-term, sometimes irreversible crisis. And lastly, societal reform enables early detection and preventative measures for neurochemical mental illness. Under the current reactive, largely individualistic model, care only begins after the crisis, but at that point, the individual is already battling with the stigma, denial, and breakdown of daily function. This is neither sufficient nor ethical. Through societal reform, we can shift to a preventative model. We can introduce widespread mental health screenings in schools, workplace, and community clinics, particularly for at-risk groups, just as we screen for hypertension, diabetes. We can assess serotonin and dopamine irregularities, trauma exposure, or family history to mental illness. Early detection allows for early intervention through therapy and lifestyle management before people start being affected. And that is why we should focus more on societal reform when addressing mental issues more than individual treatment. The proposition pauses.
Thank you very much for that rather enlightening presentation. We go now to the first opposition speaker. Let's make them welcome. Hear, hear.
Honorable judges, worthy opponents, and members of the audience, good afternoon. Imagine this. A man walks into an emergency room, doubled over in pain. 2 surgeons stand by. The first one says, let's open him up, restructure his organs, and maybe that will fix the issue. The second one says, let's diagnose the problem and treat it directly before it kills him. The first surgeon represents societal reform. Important, but slow, vague, and risky. The second surgeon represents individual mental health treatment, specific, immediate, and life-saving. Mr. Speaker, providing an effective solution to Jamaica's mental health crisis is a job that the opposition does not take lightly. As the first speaker, I will show you that only individual treatment, not broad reform, can interrupt the progression of mental health challenges and prevent crisis. I will also expose why societal reform remains slow and limited in addressing Jamaica's urgent mental health needs. Our second speaker will then unveil our anchor program, a clinical, people-first plan that strengthens the delivery of real care, and present 2 additional arguments that will reveal the flaws in the proposition's narrative. And finally, our third speaker will consolidate our case, dismantle the proposition's claim, and reaffirm our winning stance. But before I continue, Mr. Speaker, I find it very judicious to oppose one argument made by the proposition, and that is fixing poverty and crimes remove the root causes of mental health challenges. Even if poverty triggers mental health challenges, Mr. Speaker, fixing it does not treat them. PAHO reports over 80% of Caribbean people with mental health conditions receive no treatment. Despite decades of poverty reduction, reform may reduce this risk, but once a challenge develops, only therapy, medication, and clinical care can address this. Now, let us begin this debate with some key definitions. 1, individual treatments. Are the personal approaches utilized to help someone manage or overcome mental health challenges, that is therapy, medication, or support groups? 2, mental health is a state of mental well-being that enables people to cope with the stresses of life, realize their abilities, and contribute to their community. And 3, mental health challenge refers to any difficulty or disruption in the emotional, psychological, or social well-being that impacts how a person thinks, feels, or behaves. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica is facing an escalating mental health crisis. In 2024, we recorded our highest suicide rate in nearly 25 years. 67 lives lost, 91% of them men. Yet, access to care remains critically limited, with fewer than 60 psychiatrists serving nearly 3 million people. Mr. Speaker, that is 2 psychiatrists per 100,000 people, according to the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And still, it is individualized care, not societal reform, as the proposition may wish to let you think, that has delivered the results. Through initiatives such as our community mental health program, over 60% of psychiatric patients receive care outside of institutions via clinics, mobile teams, and home visits, proving that targeted personal care works, even in a strained system. Meanwhile, reform continues to lag. Mr. Speaker, a 2024 audit of Vision 2030 found that fewer than 60% of planned social protections have been implemented, delayed by outdated laws, overlapping mandates, and weak coordination. If this is the pace of reform, it cannot be our solution. The crisis is not accepted. The crisis is here, and only clinical individualized treatment has proven to meet it. My first argument brings this entire debate into sharp focus, Mr. Speaker. Mental health challenges, and mental illness exist on a continuum, and only individualized treatment can effectively interrupt these challenges before they escalate into injury or illness. Not accepted. According to the World Health Organization, approximately 20% of Jamaicans experience a mental health condition or challenge with depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms, psychosis, and substance-induced disorders among the most common. While social factors such as poverty and community violence are acknowledged triggers, biological influences such as namely genetic and neurological makeup often play an equal or greater role in the onset and severity of these conditions. This is explained, Mr. Speaker, by the diathesis stress model, a leading psychiatric framework, which clarifies why some individuals develop mental disorders following stressful events like bereavement, while others do not. To support this point, Mr. Speaker, I offer one of hundreds of empirical studies. Not accepted. A 2025 genome-wide study identified 697 genetic variants linked to depression, independent of an individual's environment. Mr. Speaker, to accept the status quo offered by the proposition is to ignore a fundamental truth about our humanity, that we are all unique, thinking, feeling, and functioning in ways that cannot be effectively addressed by ambiguous social reform. This uniqueness demands treatment that recognizes and adapts to our individual complexities. To do otherwise is to allow mental challenges to quietly escalate, shifting along the continuum from stress to full-blown illness or crisis. Mr. Speaker, even when mental health challenges stem from societal issues like poverty or violence, it is individualized treatment, not policy reform, that ultimately manages and heals the condition. For example, a young man in Spanish Town suffering from PTSD because he witnessed a shooting won't be helped by housing reform, Mr. Speaker. He needs trauma-informed therapy to help him. Jamaica's own community mental health program and child guidance clinics treated over 7,000 children in 2021, which proves this point. My second argument, Mr. Speaker, even if we concede that social reform has some impact on mental health, we must also confront the reality that such impact is limited, delayed, and often inaccessible to not accepted, often inaccessible to those who need it most. Let us begin with housing. The new social housing program, launched in 2018, has delivered only 165 homes, Mr. Speaker, across 50 constituencies, benefiting approximately 620 Jamaicans to date. Yet, over 14,000 remain registered as indigent, with 1,000 more living in substandard conditions. At this pace, it would take more than 98 years to meet even today's demands. Mr. Speaker, addressing a trigger is not the same as healing the wound. I offer the Disabilities Act a cautionary tale. It was passed in 2014, came into effect in 2022. Yet today, the implementation still remains uneven and incomplete, as most of our public buildings are still not disability friendly. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the proposition may claim that poverty alleviation programs can ease mental challenges, but even our strongest safety nets, such as the PATH program, are slow and limited. Mr. Speaker, though important, we cannot and will not pretend that societal reform is an immediate or effective treatment for mental health challenges. Only individualized, timely, and evidence-based treatment can stop a challenge from becoming a crisis. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I yield to our second speaker, who will further expose the weaknesses in the proposition's argument and demonstrate why it is only through a direct investment in people and not promises that Jamaica's mental health challenges can be addressed.
Thank you very much, first opposition speaker, for that rather insightful presentation. We now move to the first segment of cross-examination. In this segment, the opposition team, that's the Ministry of Tourism, gets to ask the proposition team, that's the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, 3 questions. Each of those questions are limited to 10 seconds. Each of the responses limited to 30 seconds. Let's get started. Ministry of Tourism.
Yes, team proposition, we'd like to know, how does social reform address triggers such as natural death that are inevitable?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
How does social reform address triggers such as natural death which are inevitable?
Such as natural death? How does societal reform address natural death?
As a trigger for mental health challenges. Yes.
Ah, okay, thank you. Well, societal reform addresses the trigger of natural death by providing access to health care so that the child does not have to die by natural death, by providing an environmental condition in the family, in the home, in your community that is conducive to the type of mental state that you will need in order to facilitate recovering from that issue.
So as aging is a natural death, does the proposition have a solution to make Jamaicans live forever so they don't face this trigger?
You want to take it?
Quite frankly, your argument is suggesting that people are dying and it's causing a trigger on individuals who are going to be suffering from trauma. We have nowhere in our argument a recommendation for people to not get help. But quite frankly, what we want to indicate to you is that natural death is only one of the triggers, and quite frankly, the greater triggers that we are trying to fix need to be driven through societal reform. And quite frankly, again, you're seeking a myopic approach to a fundamental societal problem, and that is why your argument will fail.
As there's a multitude of triggers, including loneliness, which is a major trigger for mental health challenges, are you going to give everyone a boyfriend? How does broad reform models address this?
I can't hear what they're saying. Sorry, the mics aren't clear. The mics aren't clear. The mics are not clear. We can't hear them. I didn't hear the question. The mics aren't.
Could you repeat the, well, actually, no, you don't have to repeat the question. We're not asking you to give everybody a boyfriend. People are lonely because they are struggling and they are stressed out from financial insecurity, from food insecurity, from homelessness. We need societal reform to address these drivers of loneliness so that they're not feeling those ways. If you understand where I'm coming from. What you are arguing is that individual treatment is the only way for lonely people to not be lonely anymore. Exactly, don't you think societal reform, where you have a community around you, would be more conducive to a lack of loneliness?
Thank you very much. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be calm, please. All right, so we thank the teams for that rather exciting segment of cross-examination. We continue the cross-examination. This time we invite the questions to come forth from the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries and Mining, rather.
Your first speaker would have affirmed that there is an escalating crisis of mental health issues while she was juxtaposing these with individual treatment programs. Why is the problem escalating if individual care is able to truly address the triggers and issues at the root?
The problem is escalating because social reform has been poorly implemented, and they are not keeping critical treatment, such as individual treatment, at the essence. They're not using the doctors to fix the broken patients. They're using masons to bandage bullet holes, and that won't work. We are treating and helping people cope because at the end of the day, you cannot address all the triggers with social reform.
Thank you. Why are mental health incidences higher in poor and marginalized communities facing homelessness, poverty, and other stressors? And these are statistically proven.
Just because they are higher, that doesn't mean social reform is the answer on its own. Using social reform, again, to boost the individual treatment, which is proven to work, is the answer. Because to just say that mental health challenges is a poor person problem is stigmatizing, and you should not take that stance. Let's stand in reality.
How does the opposition defend the idea that reform tackles root causes and not merely the symptoms?
We do not believe you tackle the root causes. We say that you are addressing a trigger. Again, loneliness, me bucking my toe down the road can be a trigger because there are also genetic things at play as well. Social issues, environmental issues, and genetic issues all play a role in this. And as our first speaker would have said, one person can buck them toe, or one person can be poor and the other person can be poor, and only one person end up with a mental challenge. So you're not taking on the argument holistically. We are.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Really appreciated that segment of cross-examination. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue our debate now with the contribution from the second speaker from Team Proposition. Let's make that speaker welcome.
Oh, Lord. Ready? Side opposition, I'm sorry. I have to rebut something. Mental health challenges are not just a poor people problem. They're caused by neurochemical imbalances. Those imbalances are solved better by societal reform. My first speaker showed that mental health challenges do not appear in a vacuum. They germinate in the soil of poverty, violence, housing insecurity, and stigma. Those are structural failings. So the cure must be structural. Individual therapy and pills matter, but societal reform via better public education to shift cultural norms around the mentally ill, removal of toxic chemicals from our food, air, and water, regulation of pesticides and herbicides, which are directly linked to neurochemical imbalances, and better regulation around homelessness, which leads to a 60% increase in the incidence of bipolar disorder and schizophrenia manifesting in people who have the genetic markers for it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is societal reform that can address these causes directly, these mental health challenges directly, and I tell you, good morning. For my first substantive point, societal reform allows us to directly address the actual neurochemical, biological, and social causes of mental illnesses in a manner that is far more comprehensive and sustainable than just individual treatment. Here's your rebuttal. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about what actually happens in people's bodies. When they experience mental illness, from a neurochemical standpoint, many mental health conditions are linked to imbalances in neurotransmitters, which are the brain's chemical messengers that regulate communication between nerve cells. Two key neurotransmitters, serotonin and dopamine, play critical roles in mood regulation and emotional stability. Sounding like anything, it's sounding like mental health challenges. These chemicals are sensitive to stress and environmental stimuli. When individuals are exposed to chronic negative conditions, the body's stress response disrupts its normal balance of serotonin and dopamine, not to mention the glutamate receptors that lead to schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, if they are not operating optimally, are all impacted by external factors. The genetics leave you predisposed, and guess what? Your environment pulls the trigger. This, therefore, means that even mental health challenges that originate primarily from neurochemical predisposition are amplified, triggered by, and therefore fixed by societal factors. The World Health Organization, the NIH, our Ministry of Health, and literally every single authoritative medical source out there and medical professional recognize that long-term biological and neurochemical equilibrium in the body and mind is best attained through consistent healthy diet, safe and secure living conditions, and a social and family setup that is not plagued by financial stress, hardship, and trauma. Universal basic income is an example of societal reform that can deal with the financial stressors that lead to the development of these problems. What about universal access to health care? What about public education to remove the stigma around these mental illnesses? Let me tell you, individual treatment does not offer any of that. It does not offer solvency for everybody. It might offer solvency for an individual, in so much as they're able to continue refilling their medications, continuously feeding into the pocket of big pharma overseas, because we're not making these medications ourselves. How about we fix the environment that people are in so that the solution can be permanent and can last? Accepted.
Yes,
I'm sorry, I gotta move on. All right. Addressing the root causes through societal reform is more efficient than treating the symptoms through medicalization. Because once chronic stress has disrupted neurotransmitters, levels of neurotransmitters in the brain, and even the very structure can change long term. It rewires your brain towards anxiety, towards depression, towards emotional instability, making the person much more susceptible to neurological spikes and to all of the mental health issues that opposition refuses to specifically name and refuses to specifically address in the way societal reform does. This analysis is not abstract, it's observable. Children with autism or any other developmental disorder are placed into specialized learning environments. Not because their genetic condition changes in those environments, but because the social context is deliberately structured to avoid presenting social stretchers that can trigger neurological spikes. These specialized institutions function as a microcosm for what society could be, providing that reform, whether through institutional design, professional support, or cultural sensitivity. Let's take another look. Societal reform is more effective because it expands the scope of identifiable stressors. Not all stressors are psychosocial. Many hereditary and neurochemical stressors are directly impacted by chemical and environmental exposure. Only societal reform can address this. Your individual treatment will probably be adding more chemicals. And because I'm recognizing and cognizant of the fact that I have a couple more minutes left, let me go to my third substantive point and beat them over the head with it. Societal reform yields greater, more efficient access because it ensures effective planning for future generations and considerations for the future generations and the current generations that have already been affected. This is where the limit of opposition's model is clear. Individual treatment assumes that people are self-aware, financially capable, and socially supported, but many are not. There's a growing population, especially among the poor, whose conditions have gone untreated for years due to stigma, neglect, and systemic inaccessibility.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you as well.
Again, we thank the second proposition speaker for his fine speech. We now call upon the second opposition speaker to do likewise. Hear, hear.
Honorable adjudicators, my worthy opponents, team opposition and audience members, good afternoon. There's a lie that many people struggling with mental health challenges have been sold. That if society just reforms, they'll be okay. They wait for policies, they wait for transformation, but in that wait, they suffer. In silence, care, given that the proposition failed to do so. Before I proceed, allow me a quick rebuttal. Mental health is a public issue, as the proposition claims, so the solution must be structural. While mental health is public, its symptoms are private. No structure can detect suicidal thoughts, treat psychosis, or manage panic attacks without individualized support.
Point of information.
Unfortunately, many of your other claims are tackled further in my speech.
Point of information.
Not accepted. Now to my first argument. Social reform initiatives like universal health care do not equate to effective mental health treatment and create a false sense of security. Mr. Speaker, the proposition would want to parade UHC as a mental health solution, but it's a funding mechanism, not a treatment plan. And when mental health is not prioritized in that mechanism, the result is a false sense of security. Jamaica's UHC is in crisis. Our emergency rooms are overcrowded. Our X-ray and CT scan machines go by the alias out of service. Out of stock is the pharmacy's most popular phrase, and in this system, mental health receives less than 4% of the health budget, far below WHO's recommended 5 to 10% benchmark, not accepted. And Mr. Speaker, this isn't just Jamaica. In developed countries like Canada, despite UHC, over 2.5 million people are not receiving the mental health care they need. And in the UK, the NHS, from which Jamaica's UHC is historically modeled, is free, yet wait times average 140 days for mental health treatment. Average. So when the proposition points to UHC, they're not pointing to a solution, but a hollow shell that looks good on paper, but collapses under pressure. Because without targeted investment in individualized mental health treatment, UHC becomes a promise without a plan. This is why we're proud to propose the Anchor program. Access to nurturing clinical help, outreach, and recovery.
Point of information.
Is a real patient-centered intervention designed to expand and improve individual treatment across Jamaica. Let me give you a quick glimpse into how it works. Starting with community mental health teams.
Point of information.
Not accepted. From 14 to 28, 2 per regional health authority. Reducing relapse and cutting back on emergency room visits, especially for rural and unhoused patients. The suicide crisis referral loop will connect hotlines, hospitals, and police stations to one live digital dashboard, monitored 24/7, designed to save lives. Through Anchor in schools, 100% of school guidance counselors will receive advanced problem management plus training, and therapy sessions will be piloted in high-violence zones where trauma and behavioral issues are most urgent. We will upgrade the Victim Services Division, embedding trauma-trained clinicians and case specialists in every parish office, creating 24/7 drop-in crisis rooms, prioritizing recovery before trauma deepens. And a similar upgrade for our child guidance clinics will be pursued so children with emotional and developmental challenges can be treated early, decreasing the eventual strain on institutions like Bellevue. And yes, we've costed it. The full anchor package will cost between $3.5 and $4.2 billion annually. But Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. This is not an expense, it's an investment. As untreated mental illness is projected to cost US $18.45 billion in lost GDP by 2030. Scaling up treatment for depression, anxiety, and psychosis alone could yield 4 to 5 times the return through improved productivity, reduced hospitalizations, and a lighter justice system burden. Anchor will be financed through a tiered structure, one, domestically, through a targeted increase in the Health Ministry's budget, regionally from PAHO's Caribbean Mental Health and NCD Fund, which supports scalable, evidence-based community mental health projects, and internationally, Jamaica qualifies for grant assistance from several aligned donors, including the Global Fund for Mental Health. Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford not to act. My final argument is that the cultural and social barriers to mental health treatment are best addressed by individual care. When we talk about mental health in Jamaica, we're not just talking about a lack of resources. We're confronting something far more complex, a culture of fear, shame, and silence. We tell our men to hold up them stress, and others are told they're under dopey attack or they've been obviated, so they suffer quietly, painfully, and alone. The 2022 Generation Jamaica report makes it clear that stigma is the #1 barrier to mental health care, especially for men and rural populations, as nobody wants to be labeled mad, and no amount of reform can erase that. Individualized treatment meets people where they are, in privacy, in trust, and in dignity. In St. Lucia, embedding trained mental health counselors into community health centers led to a 40% increase in voluntary consultations in just 1 year. And as for Jamaica, community-based treatment such as counseling in St. Mary led to a 35% increase in help-seeking behavior in areas of high stigma. The evidence is overwhelming. Individual care breaks stigma in ways reform never can. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the proposition has made society the center of their argument. We on this side have made the individual the center of ours. Because when an ex-firefighter is standing atop the halfway tree transport center, threatening to take his own life, in that moment what he needs is not another affordable housing policy. It's a crisis worker, a counselor, or maybe just a hug. I must in good conscience oppose this motion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, second opposition speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we now enter the second segment of cross-examination. The rules apply as they were in the first segment. So let us delay no further. Let us now invite the Ministry of Tourism to pose their 3 questions to the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining.
So medication or clinical treatment, how does the state guarantee the safety of both the staff and other wards when managing the criminally insane?
Your misunderstanding of the moot is this. There's nowhere in our burden where we are required to negate the importance of individual treatment. As a matter of fact, we're not called to change the system as it is. So the system as it is, of course, continues to treat with those persons who are clinically insane, and when they're on the wards, of course, they receive their treatment. But we're saying we're seeking to reduce the incidences of persons ending up on the wards because of the strain of the societal burdens that they're carrying, which are inducing their mental health challenges. Thank you.
So in that sense, you're agreeing that medication or clinical individualized treatment is what we need to deal with the criminally insane?
Absolutely not. What we're saying is if the society is still conformed such that you're going to be re-triggered into anxiety, re-triggered into depression, re-triggered into a stigma that I'm so glad your second speaker spoke about, a stigma that is solved by changing the structure of our society and changing the norms in our society and changing our public education around mental health. That is how we solve these problems, not just one-on-one therapy session.
Proposition, even if social reform helps, are you saying mental health challenges only affect those who are socially disadvantaged?
No. We have already outlined to you, my first speaker and second speaker would have outlined to you. Of course, persons who are facing societal issues, homelessness, poverty, etc., they are at a higher risk statistically of facing mental health challenges, but there are also other triggers that the government can utilize societal reforms to identify. Chemicals in our food, red dye number 40, inter alia, and of course, there are other noxious chemicals that we're breathing in every day that are clinically linked to mental health challenges, and that is the level to which government can leverage its power to bring about the reforms to drive down the cause of the problem.
Thank you very much for that segment of cross-examination. The cross-examination, though, continues this time with the questions coming from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining.
My question to you is, how does your anchor program account for persons that are homeless on the streets? Are you proposing that you are going to go and take up all these mentally ill persons on the streets and give them treatment? How does it account for persons that don't have that fund to access mental care and those that are stigmatized and uninsured?
Well, as Jamaica offers free health care for our people currently, that is how we provide it. Furthermore, we have, and we spoke about the community mental health program that provides care for the disadvantaged, and what they provide is clinical, individualized treatment with 45% non-relapse rate in our people. So that's what's taking care of them.
Yes, and I would have mentioned that the community mental health teams will be mobile and therefore they will be able to reach rural and unhoused patients.
Let me ask them, because all of them examples. Tell me, can you explain for us and the audience the difference between societal reform and individual care? Because I've heard in all of your speeches a lot of societal reforms and not a lot of individual treatment.
We did not suggest any societal reform because the anchor program is taking advantage of what is there, and what we're saying again is even if you have societal reform, what needs to be centered and built into it to fix the issue or address the issue of mental health challenges is individualized treatment.
How do you address the limited solvency issue when you're, of course, treating one person at a time, when, of course, there are several persons who are being affected at a much larger scale owing to the societal triggers and are also being triggered into relapse as a factor of those triggers?
Well, as it is individualized treatment, yes, one person gets treated at a time, but they need the attention because the treatment plan for everyone is different. Just like how I'm different from you, you would have a different reaction to a different treatment. So we have to give our people comprehensive treatment. So that is what we're offering. That's what individualized treatment is offering.
Yes, a round of applause is in fact deserved. Ladies and gentlemen, this is quite exciting. I declare it a mind-expanding contest. All right, so we are going to now pause for 1 minute, really mull over the arguments and form our own opinions so far on the debate. At the end of the 1 minute, though, we have the final submissions from either team, beginning with that from the opposition team. Then we conclude this fantastic debate with the final presentation from the proposition team. Teams, your 1 minute begins now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having a field day. It is such an interesting debate. But the pause has ended. It is now time for us to continue to the conclusion. At this time, I welcome the third speaker, the reply speaker from the opposition team, again, the Ministry of Tourism.
Honorable judges, worthy opponents, and esteemed audience, good day. Today's debate sought an answer to a serious question, and that is, when a population faces mental health challenges, what helps more, broad reform or direct and personalized treatment? Mr. Speaker, the proposition painted a dangerous picture of mental health challenges, one that we successfully tackled with evidence to display that mental health challenges, and I might add, the proposition agreed, are medical and personal and can only be adequately addressed through individualized treatment. Before I move forward on our truth-telling journey, I would like to address one rebuttal up front. The proposition claims that social reform prevents mental health challenges before they start. But not all mental health challenges are preventable. Grief, trauma, genetic predisposition, and postpartum depression, as battled by many women in Jamaica, can strike any class at any time. Prevention matters, yes, but when the crisis hits, only clinical care helps.
Point of information.
I don't believe that's allowed. On our truth-telling journey, the first major clash was cause. The proposition rooted their cases in cause, be it poverty, unemployment, or violence. They claim that if we just fix society, mental health challenges will fade. But we've shown you that this is an illusion, because even when mental health challenges are socially triggered, the condition is medical and as such requires clinical and personalized treatment. Mr. Speaker, I won't pretend to be a doctor, so I won't get up here and tell you all the genetic this and that, but I will tell you I will trust my doctor to give me the medication I need to help me recover. Continuing, Mr. Speaker, my first speaker stated, and I will state again, a young man may develop PTSD after a shooting, but he will not recover due to better housing. He needs trauma-informed therapy or even medication. Now allow me to highlight my choice of words here. A young man may, because we have proven, and in keeping with the diastasis stress model, just because he was exposed to a possible trigger, in this case violence, that does not mean he will suffer a mental health challenge. Before I move on, I would like to highlight the proposition. Again, we asked you one question. What reform treats a mental health challenge that is triggered by something as unpreventable as natural death, in this case aging, or uncontrollable as loneliness? Because we can point you to several individualized treatments that help. Mr. Speaker, this brings me to a very important point. Mental health challenges do not discriminate. They affect the rich, the poor, the housed, and unhoused. To approach it as a poor person's problem instead of a medical condition is dangerous, inaccurate, and stigmatizing, because depression and schizophrenia does not check your payslip. Another noteworthy clash of this debate is that of results. The proposition spoke of the potential of reforms, but even they must admit that societal reforms are historically slow, underfunded, and poorly implemented. Mr. Speaker, even if housing cured depression, are we to wait 100 years for these houses? Especially when initiatives such as Jamaica's very own community mental health programs are providing our people with real care in real time. Now let's discuss the kerfuffle around access. The proposition argued that reforms such as universal health coverage provides a structure for all. But unless individualized treatment is built into UHC and made a priority, this structure is simply a skeleton, and mental care access will remain a myth. Additionally, access also depends on trust, and stigma keeps many Jamaicans, especially our men, from seeking help. We have shown you with local and regional examples that the privacy of individualized care builds trust and encourages early treatment, tackling stigma better and in a way that social reform could never, and that is at the personal level. So as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind Jamaica of this. Reform may eventually reach the masses, but this reach provides as much relief as giving an emergency room full of patients with varying illnesses, each a Panadol multi-symptom. Mr. Speaker, I say this to say, if the treatment is wrong, the challenge will not go away. It will only fester, and it is only individualized treatments like the kind prioritized in our Anchor program that will truly address mental health challenges with urgency, dignity, and clinical care. So choose therapy, choose diagnosis, choose medication, and choose support. The opposition rests.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so very much for that presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to bring the curtains down on this match and the competition this year, let us invite the proposition reply speaker representing the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining.
Mr. Speaker, you have just heard a verbose delivery of erroneous reasoning from the opposition. But what you have not heard is the truth. The truth is, it is myopic to stress individual treatment without the necessary societal reforms needed to address the triggers and primary causes of mental health decline. This means that the predispositions of mental health are not confined to vulnerable minorities, but are embedded in everyday experiences of the majority and even the private public sector. You can ask them, they're in the room. They do not want small group counseling more than macroeconomic or socioeconomic improvement. More than psychotropic medicines, they want money, food, and social services that will address their problems and ease their minds. The proposition is their advocate today, and our team has won this debate on three major fronts. One, by showing that there is a clear causal link between the majority of mental health challenges and the societal factors that can be mitigated through societal reform. Two, by demonstrating how these proactive, macroscopic state-led changes to public policies and systems can be mechanized and scaled at a faster rate than individual treatment to alleviate the primary causes and triggers of mental health issues. And three, by further demonstrating how this outweighs the limited focus of individual treatment by delivering a multi-generational benefit to individuals and families, truly making Jamaica a place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. Mr. Speaker, having listened to opposition team today, I must ask Ms. Lati to buy more blazers because, quite frankly, their anchor program has landed squarely in the camp of House proposition. It cannot be achieved without societal reforms. Categorically, it is anchored in our UHC programs. Even during COVID-19, when persons had increased access, and of course, we had the concession on the side of opposition, that there's an increased incidence of mental health illnesses, even with increased access to therapy and treatment and psychotropic drugs. This means that they are, of course, agreeing that the fundamental societal drivers are what are causing the rise of mental health challenges, and they cannot be solved through individual treatment. Thank you again for that point. And furthermore, moving on to their point of solvency, they again conceded that there is limited solvency at the individual level. What my colleagues have done on side proposition is to demonstrate how government-led reforms can be leveraged to address cross-sectoral challenges, even those that are being caused that the government now can begin to investigate, including environmental pollutants, neurochemicals, food additives, etc. And government, of course, has the capacity to leverage the reforms to regulate and control these substances that are even affecting the mental health capacity of children who are in the womb. Greater solvency, again, have come from side proposition. Mr. Speaker, further rebutting their argument, I would want to take them at their best, that each of their recommendations are small-scale caricatures of what can be achieved through societal reforms. And their reforms and further, all reforms would help to destigmatize mental health issues and aid natural adjustment of neurochemical imbalances by removing and mitigating the environmental triggers that breed medication dependency. Mr. Speaker, they would have gone further, and it was actually quite interesting that they mentioned the matter of time, because they have assumed on their side of the house that their treatment is faster, which is unequivocally erroneous. The scope of research on mental health treatment is limited, one, and the treatment may still be experimental, two, and it may still lead to long-term dependency on drugs or inconclusive years and years of talk therapy without diagnosis. Or structural reforms deliver an immediate benefit to the beneficiaries and amplify the impact, not just for one individual today, but for multiple generations today and tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, in contrast to their reactive model, our proactive approach demonstrates greater solvency and reduction in the incidence of mental health issues. We stress the need for targeted reforms such as housing programs, anti-poverty initiatives, and specialized educational reforms attacking normative biases and educational strain, research and regulation of harmful substances, and of course, increased access to health care. They prioritize traumatization over prevention. Mr. Speaker, finally, societal reform is not merely an active or effective, a more effective tool, but it is a tool of justice as it enables reforms to assist for those individuals who have been systematically disposed and disadvantaged. It is a moral obligation to remedy and to restore the societal framework that optimizes the economic and mental health equity across our society. Mr. Speaker, our humane governance model will mitigate exposure of our people to the main drivers of mental ill health by protecting their lives, livelihood, and dignity. It is an axis of prevention versus cure, Mr. Speaker, and we say prevent as much as possible. There's no value in breaking the human psyche just to say we have a remedy for it. Having brought this case on behalf of this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, we rest. The proposition rests. Thank you for your time.
What a wonderful display of wit and wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed the grand finals of the public sector debate competition for 2025. We are, as the adjudicators, left with the task now to deliberate and arrive at the decision as to who the champions are. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much to our chief, Mr. Jermaine Barrett. So I want to say that my mind tells me that we have a very healthy audience of people who, even if there is some stress, you're holding it up very well and cheering for your team. Yes? Good, 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 good. Now, so let's see what we heard today. It's weighing heavily on some of us. So we heard that most diagnosed mental health challenges are linked to social factors, and we must consider the social and environmental causes in looking at the full spectrum of mental health, and that a part of what must be done is to mitigate exposure if we want to really address this problem facing our society. But on the other side, if we're going to take their socio-clinical look, we heard that societal reform might be slow, vague, and much too risky for us to consider. However, what was presented as the important alternative is clinical, individualized treatment as being the thing that can effectively address this mental health crisis. We heard, too, that beyond social factors, biological factors play an equal, if not greater role in the presence and prevalence of mental health diagnoses. So, judges, you have a lot to contend with there. We heard a proposal, too, for an anchor program, addressing the suicide crisis referral loop, solutions for schools, upgrading the victim support unit and child guidance clinic. Individualized treatment was proposed as meeting people where they are, in privacy, in trust, in dignity. However, was that an aha moment that the other side might have been able to say, gotcha, because I was speaking about universal health care and your proposal sounds quite proximate to what we are discussing to address the problem. So, no trauma-informed decisions will stand. Argument diagnoses are what we're calling on the judges to do at the end of this match. That was an exciting one, and it's a very important and topical issue. I must say that I'm particularly pleased to have heard the inclusion of a conversation about something that affects women, and I was also happy that in the interview I heard from some of the mothers on the team and that they could even touch on postpartum depression. That made me smile quite a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, wow, we are going to take a break for the judges to deliberate. But while the judges head out to do that, we are going to have a conversation with some people. And when they come back, we're going to be doing the presentation of awards, which is going to be pretty exciting. Because I'm sure you want to know who is getting the best speaker, who is most improved, who has done exceptionally well in the competition this year, like all of you have, right? Oh, wait. Mr. Speaker, sir, is somebody, no, it's not you. Who was somebody, they were not holding up their stress very well a while ago, you know. And I gave them a response moment and they missed it. So I am going to try again. So I'm sure we want to know who did exceptionally well in the competition, like you all did, right? That sounds like the people I have been working with. But I need to, since the vibes, you know, they're a little calm up here now. There's some peace and serenity. Maybe they're on the wellness bench as they await the information about the finals. I'm going to join you down there because you have some better vibes. I'm coming to talk to some people.
All right.
Checking for sound. You can hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Great. So I get the opportunity to talk to some persons and find out how they feel about the competition. Good? Not just our fantastic 4 teams who gave us excellent presentations today, but why else were some people in the competition? How was it for you? And I get to speak with Camille Douglas Stevenson. Camille, please stand so everybody can see you. We look like we might be on the same height level, don't it?
Yes. Short people unite.
Yeah. Camille, what inspired your interest in the public sector debate competition?
Well, the organization just changes it all.
I love that.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a lot of that. You know, you might not have expected some teams to have some conversations, but in their wisdom, the public, the TIU and Jade have been splitting the moods. They have been agnostic of the sectors you represent, and I love that.
Yes.
So for you, what was the best part of the competition?
Well, the best part for me was really seeing my teammates and how they were performing. There were moments when we were up there debating and you're not quite so sure, but then when I would hear one of my teammates, for example, come back with a, please allow me to cook, or, you know, another point that was just out of the blue. We never practiced it, but they knew exactly what to say in the moment. That's always such a great feeling.
I love that. And I hear you talk a lot about teamwork. So is that one of the ways that you would say that the competition has helped the team to work better together? And are there any other ways you believe that this competition will contribute directly to your work?
Yes, absolutely. I've definitely met some of the other members from other teams, and I now have a relationship with some of them. So I know who to call, and it's not so much of a stranger situation when you're working on certain aspects with a whole group of people rallying behind you, giving you the support, and that's important.
And some of those teams brought those same people who are going beyond the research and debate that they were doing to just being very noisy.
Yes.
Good vibes supporters.
Good vibes.
Love that. What would you say is the most interesting fact you've learned during this competition?
Well, one of the biggest things that I learned was in that that topical debate where we were talking about the sex offenders register list. I had no idea that so many countries were doing that sex register list so differently. And then to learn how some countries are making it work without having a public list, while others are making it very public, and they're noticing what challenges there are, and even seeing how they're beginning to reform their systems in place.
Camille, thank you so much for talking to me. This was fantastic. Congratulations
Thank
on
you.
your own participation, the team building that you've developed, and all the things that you've learned. I hope
you.
you'll be back for another season and see yourself in the top 4 too.
Thank you.
All right, Camille. All right, I do have someone else to speak with as well. I want to make my way over to Desmond Saunders. I'm going to squeeze in here. Desmond?
Desmond, just.
Right, Desmond is with me. Desmond, you're from TPDCO.
Yes,
So I'm minded to say you're part of the bunch of people who have been quite loud and proud today.
Yes, definitely. Team tourism. One tourism.
One tourism. So even if it's the agencies, all right. So what inspired your interest in the competition, Desmond?
I think I was inspired because I competed in 2023, and I, having followed the competition, I realized that you truly learn a lot. Things that you would otherwise never have considered, discussions you've otherwise never had. But being a part of the competition, I thought, I would get an opportunity, a legitimate reason to delve deep into these issues and really learn and grow.
And what's in that vein then? What's one of the most memorable debates or issues that you were called to look at?
All right, I think the most memorable debate we had was our first debate against teaching service. We debated privatization of national assets.
Right.
And, as a tourism professional, we anticipated that, opponents would come and talk about beach access and the fact that, that's not something that is properly maintained in Jamaica. But in our research, we realized that there was really a gap in the legislation, and this was pre-colonial.
Right.
And that there have been policies implemented since that now helps to protect our beaches and ensure that you and I, as regular citizens of Jamaica, have access.
So the competition then was helping you understand more even about your own field of work and the policies around that. That is fantastic. What would you say you will take away as a lesson learned that can, you can use in your everyday work from this competition?
I think the biggest lesson I've learned is sometimes it's not just about you as a participant, but it's about the people around you who want to see you excel. And I can say the TPDCO team has been phenomenal in their support of us. Placards, we've received our gifts and prizes already, and it really cemented to us that this means a lot, not just to us as debaters, but to the community that we represent.
And to the community of the public sector.
And the community of the
Desmond,
public sector.
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank
so
you.
ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have more from the public sector debating competition finals for 2025. All right. Good. Checking. Okay, great. My voice is now being amplified. All right, everyone. We're getting ready. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are at the grand finals of the Public Sector Debate Competition for 2025. Our judges have returned, but before we hear the verdicts from them, we communication lead at the TIU, Aniki Clark, to present tokens to our team captains. Please come when your team is called. Let's start with the Ministry of Education's teaching service. Judiciary of Jamaica. Next, some round of applause for the Water Resources Authority. Please cheer on the Jamaica Tourist Board. All right, I believe them when they say one tourism now. Let us celebrate the Cannabis Licensing Authority. All right. National Fisheries Authority. Team captain is coming. Up next is the Tourism Products Development Company, TPDCO. I mean, with that wave, I almost thought it was Barack Obama coming into the building, you know. It's Desmond. All right. Welcome and celebrate with me the Universal Services Fund. Next, we have the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. As she makes noise for herself on the way. Right? And she switches it to being very demure and very mindful to collect the prize. Next up, Bureau of Standards, Jamaica. And they're followed by the Jamaica National Heritage Trust. Next, we have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. They make way for the Real Estate Board. Let's then celebrate the National Irrigation Commission. One of our top four. Let's welcome the Statistical Institute of Jamaica. And they'll be followed by the National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA. I love how some of you are just putting a little pep in your step. I like it. Next, Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. She's making her way. And then we'll welcome the Passport, Immigration, and Citizenship Agency. We'll also now acknowledge the Ministry of Tourism. Now imagine if, because this was just the acknowledgement of participation, you know. All right. Welcome to the Jamaica Information Service. And one of our top four again, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Mining. Placards on the left, placards on the right. And it's not asking for justice, but we're ending with the Ministry of Justice. Well done to all the teams for making this 2025 season such a fantastic competition. Thank you so much, Aniki. And now we have some sectional prizes. I'll invite Ms. Maria Thompson-Walters, Executive Director of the TIU, to make these presentations. Our first award is for the most improved team. This goes to the Jamaica National Heritage Trust. Will a representative please come and collect your prize? She seemed absolutely bowled over by that. Congratulations, JNHT. Keep the applause going for them. Well done. All right, so which team displayed the best teamwork? That award goes to the Water Resources Authority. Congratulations. So I imagine we can say that the ideas, the camaraderie, the collaboration was just flowing in that team, right? Good. Now, all the teams were very engaged throughout the competition, right, TIU? Good. However, one team stood out as the most engaged team. That team is the Water Resources Authority again. Please come back and collect your next prize. Congratulations. Okay. So, which team, please stay with us, Maria. Which team was voted as the most popular on TIU's Instagram and Facebook page? The winner of the Fan Favorite Award with a record number of votes, a whopping 1,356 votes. Folks, this award was given last year to a team that had 539 votes. So when we go to 1,356, we know that we got a lot more people paying attention and voting for this team. So this is quite monumental for this competition. The award goes to the team from the Judiciary of Jamaica. Congratulations. All right. I'll announce the award. Okay. The recipients are not here, but we want to tell you that the team that kicked off the registration for the competition, the very first team to register all the way back in March, was the teaching service, right? So, now, this final sectional prize speaks to wit, consistency, and skill. This award is for the most valuable debater of the competition. In addition to a cash prize, this debater will be a member of Jamaica's delegation to the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly in New York. And we wish to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade for this prize, which I'm sure the recipient will greatly appreciate. And I invite Ambassador Sheila Seeley Monteith, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, to make this award. And this one goes to four-time best speaker throughout the competition and coming from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, Andre Bogle. Look at Andre greeting his fans, colleagues, and co-workers. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Congratulations, Andre Bogle. Another prize being presented by Maria Thompson Walters, TIU's Executive Director. Wow. Maria, one of the things I've observed and I absolutely love is that this competition is even adding to the HR work, by connecting the team so very well and connecting across the ministries, departments, and agencies. That's amazing. Thank you very much. All right. And it is time. Let me now invite Jermaine Barrett, our lead adjudicator, and alongside him, Javon Downey, to the stage to announce the results from the third place playoff, as well as the grand final. Let's make them welcome. So when they get here, the judges are going to report on both matches. And they'll tell you who won, bit by bit. And I don't know either, so I can't give you any clues. And nothing will change Jermaine's mind at this time. But let's welcome them kindly again.
Let me tell you something. Madam Kemisha Swaby, I think she knows the outcome of both matches. She is a debate administrator, adjudicator extraordinaire from back in the day when we used to judge another competition. And it was really wonderful, Kemisha, hearing your summary of the debates, just like old times. A round of applause for Master of Ceremonies. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to turn over to my colleague Javon Downey, who will provide a bit of analysis and announce the results of the third place playoff match.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you to present the results of the third place playoff, and it was a very interesting and intriguing match. The motion, for those who missed it, was be it resolved that Jamaica should do more than its treaty obligation in addressing the Haitian migrant crisis. In proposition, we had the National Irrigation Commission, and in opposition, we had the Judiciary of Jamaica. Who do you think won? Well, the results seem to be overwhelming. I will tell you in just a moment. So again, with that motion being debated, here's a brief summary. It is not as detailed of an oral adjudication as you are accustomed to, right? So before we get into the announcement, let me just briefly recap the core points that were brought out on both teams. On side proposition, we got arguments that Jamaica has a moral obligation to help our neighbors. We got arguments that the forefathers of our nation fought to instill some principles that would be betrayed if we did not take up this moral obligation to act, right? And ultimately, when we act on this moral obligation, it bolsters our public image as a country. Those were the strongest arguments that we got coming out of side proposition. On side opposition, we were told, in summary, we are already doing enough. What does this more that the proposition is calling for looks like? They also argued that it would be a disservice to take up additional burden to care for the Haitians, and they said it is the responsibility of the global powers such as France and the US that caused the breakdown in the Haitian society in the first place to solve it. So those were the key arguments and the most interesting arguments that we got coming out of both sides. Ladies and gentlemen. the winner. Hold your breath. The best speaker, let's get that out the way first. The best speaker comes to us from side opposition. And who do you think the best speaker was? The best speaker was no other person than Joya Kamuzi. The scores for that match, one team ending on 200 and yes. So one team ending on 277 points, and the other team ending on 283 points. The winners of the third place playoff and the third place champions for the public sector debating competition 2025 is the Judiciary of Jamaica.
Congratulations, Team Judiciary. I want you to hang on. Hang on 1 second, 1 second. I love the celebration. May I invite Senator Delano Seavright to assist us with these presentations. Okay. And now we welcome Team Judiciary of Jamaica. Come on up, come on up. It's as it is here, yeah. They have been awarded a prize package of over $500,000, including a cash prize of $275,000. Third place winners, the Judiciary of Jamaica. I like when we keep the energy and the good vibes when people are collecting their awards, you know. We can't have silence. Wonderful presentations. And your big check. Maria is going to join for a photo. So we'll invite our ED, Maria Thompson-Walters, to join the team for a photo, along with Senator Seavright, please. Got to capture the moments. Congratulations. We'll now invite the fourth place winner, because top four is big deal, you know, to the stage for their prize. Their prize package amounts to over $200,000 with a cash prize of $100,000. National Irrigation Commission, please step forward. Presentations being done by Executive Director of the TIU, Ms. Maria Thompson-Walters, as well as the Minister of State in the Ministry of Tourism, Senator Delano Seavright. Accounting for the height differences. Camille, what did you say we were? Short People United? Yes. Big smiles from our top four. Congratulations again to the National Irrigation Commission. All right, we're going back over to the judges now for some more announcements.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the big one. The grand finale of the public sector debate competition. Just to remind you, the teams that contested this match were from, on proposition side, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, and their opponents were from the Ministry of Tourism. The moot that they contested looked at the question of mental health disorders and issues with mental health, and how do we really solve those issues? What's the best approach? Do we focus on a broad-based societal kind of treatment? Or do we look at the individual and provide a treatment targeted at the individual? As the debate ensued, we got an appreciation of the societal approach as meaning treating with the causative factors, the contributors to mental health disorders, like poverty, like stress, like crime, and so forth. And team proposition contended that these are the issues that, even if it is that you're biologically predisposed to mental health, you're likely to go off the edge because you are in an environment suffering the pressure of these issues, these societal issues. They say to us that they're not trying to provide full solvency to the issue. They're not trying to cure mental health issues, but what they're trying to do is to reduce its occurrence. Team opposition, on the other hand, contends that that kind of approach does not work. They say to us that a more clinical interrogation and treatment of mental health disorders is what is best. They say to us that, one, the deficits that exist in the society right now, where, for example, we have the ratio between psychiatrists and the population at large is far too small. The capacity of the healthcare system to treat with mental health disorders, the percentage of the budget, only 4% being allocated to treating with mental health issues, far too low. And they say what we need is to beef up these mechanisms and thereby solve more effectively mental health issues. Ladies and gentlemen, can I tell you, this was a debate befitting the grand finals of this competition. I'll tell you the scores, then I'll tell you the best debater, and then I'll tell you the announcement you want to hear. Who won the match? The scores are as follows. One team ending on 278 points versus a whopping 295 points. The best debater in this grand finals match of the public sector debate competition for 2025 is somebody who has been awarded already, and he gets the designation again, Andre Bogle.
Congratulations, Andre Bogle, as he collects his prize from Maria Thompson Walters. He receives a trophy and a cash prize of $30,000. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Is there some tension in the air? No? Oh, okay, there's no tension on one side because, people are confident. Judges, over to you to announce the winner of the 2025 Public Sector Debate Competition.
Thank you again. Ladies and gentlemen, the Public Sector Debate Competition 2025, the winners of this grand finals contest is a ministry of the government of Jamaica. It is, ladies and gentlemen, the team from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. Team proposition.
Congratulations to the team from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. I'd like to invite our second place team, the team from the Ministry of Tourism, to the platform. And Maria Thompson Walters will be making these presentations. Our second place winner receives a prize package of over $700,000, including a $425,000 cash prize. Now, judging by those scores, we know that these were formidable opponents. Congratulations to our second place winners from the Ministry of Tourism. CTD Dobson is not to be outdone. Thank you, Team Ministry of Tourism. Stay put, hold on. And your big check. All right, round of applause for the team again. We may have momentarily interrupted their celebrations, but I now invite this year's 2025 Public Sector Debate Competition champions, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. The winning team walks away with over $900,000 in cash and prizes. And their check is big. Over $500,000, $575,000 in cash, to be exact. Congratulations, team. The big trophy. Keep the applause going for them, ladies and gentlemen. It is quite something to have emerged as a champion in this very, very rigorous year. So congratulations to the team from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. More trophies and awards coming your way. You want to, oh, you want him to present it? Okay, so afterwards, okay. All right. Congratulations, team. Congratulations, team. Congratulations. All right. And as we simmer down a little bit and bring things to a close, I invite Ms. Aniki Clark to give the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't realize it was already 2:45. Can you believe it? It has been a long day, right? But clap yourselves, you've been an amazing audience. We had the pleasure of Minister Bartlett, Minister of State in the Ministry of Tourism, Senator Delano Frank Seabright. He's left. We have CTD Dobson still with us. We had the Chief Justice, heads of entities. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, good afternoon. Today indeed marks another milestone in our shared commitment to transformation through ideas, dialogue, and youthful energy. On behalf of the Transformation Implementation Unit, allow me to express our deepest and most sincere thanks for your presence, participation, and unwavering support of this competition. To the debating teams, you have once again shown us that the public sector is brimming with brilliance. Your poise, preparation, and passion remind us that we are indeed in excellent hands. The intensity of your arguments, the articulation, and the flow of your points, and your devotion to excellence are inspiring. To our champions, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Mining, congratulations on a well-earned victory. To our runners-up, your performance was equally commendable. You have made us all proud. I was rather pleased to watch earlier this week 2 of our former debaters, O'Dane Brooks from the Development Bank of Jamaica and Crystal Paris Campbell of the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, deliver their address as CARICOM Youth Ambassadors at the just concluded Heads of Government meeting in Montego Bay. So indeed, the public sector debate competition sets the platform to propel you for greatness. Heads of entities, supervisors, managers, all, thank you for creating space for innovation and growth. By empowering your teams to participate, you are investing in the future of the public service, and we are indeed grateful. A special thank you to Jade, our partners, for your fairness, discernment, and guidance have enriched the competition immeasurably. Your commitment to nurturing this competition over the years is a cornerstone of integrity and success. To the organizing committee, comprising members of the TIU communication team and Jade, our partners, Jade, I am in awe of your quiet diligence and thoughtful orchestration. Every detail bore your fingerprints, from the logistics to the ambiance. You made it seem effortless, but we know it was anything but. And thank you, Kamisha, for ably guiding today's proceedings. And a sincere thanks to all our suppliers. We could not have done this without you. The decorators, the caterers, sound engineer, production teams, and streaming partners. Your contributions enhance both the experience and the professionalism of the competition. Finally, I must thank Team TIU, our biggest cheerleaders, led by our Executive Director, Maria Thompson-Walters. Your continued support for this transformative initiative is both powerful and affirming. Thank you for believing in what this competition represents, a vibrant, capable, and forward-looking public sector. As we bring this year's competition to a close, I thank each and every one of you once more, not only for being here today, but for walking this journey with us. Your presence and encouragement amplify the value of this initiative. May the enthusiasm and excellence on display today inspire continued growth, collaboration, and pride in the public service. Thank you for being a part of something truly meaningful. To our viewers online, thank you for your company. And for those of you in this room, please ensure that if you are not following us on social media, that you take out your phones, you go to Facebook. Our handle is TIU Jamaica, and on Instagram and X, it is TIU_Jamaica. I expect at least 20 new followers. And until we meet again, keep debating, keep serving, and most importantly, believing in transformation. Have a lovely rest of the afternoon.
Thank you so much, Aniki. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we bring the curtains down on the 2025 staging of the Public Sector Debate Competition. You've been an amazing audience. You caught that response moment? I love that. It has been my pleasure being with you. I'm Kamisha Swaby, and I now invite you to the Rocksteady for lunch. Do enjoy. Oh, and our top 4 teams, please collect your cake, because you do get to celebrate and give a sweet thank you to all the people who have been here to support you as well. So please come and collect your cake so you just have some extra dessert. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It has been a pleasure. Have a great rest of the day.